Quite a few times. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. A very warm welcome to the Medical Dialogues Health AI Con 2026 Summit and Phoenix Awards for Health Innovation. We're in Hall B right now, and my name is Dr. Azra Khan, and I'm extremely delighted to be your host for this wonderful day ahead. We are delighted to welcome an esteemed gathering of clinicians, researchers, academicians, policymakers, medical educators, digital health experts, and members of medical fraternity from across India. The sessions will begin shortly, so I request all those who are still outside the hall, I would request them to please settle down as soon as possible. We'll be starting in next 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Medical Dialogues, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to Hall B of the Health AI Con 2026 and Phoenix Awards for Health Innovation. Well, we hope that you all had breakfast this morning because we have a long day planned for you ahead. As Thomas Alva Edison rightly said, there is a way to do it better. Find it. And that is precisely what we are here today for. While Hall A focuses on clinical workflows, diagnostics, and hospital systems, in this hall, Hall B today takes a deeper look at AI through the lens of research, academia, and education. We'll be examining how AI is reshaping medical research methodologies, transforming the way future doctors learn, reimagining scientific publishing, and raising critical conversations around ethics, accountability, and clinical trial innovation. We have a rich lineup of keynote lectures, expert panel discussions, and insightful conversations that reflect the depth and breadth of India's growing AI ecosystem in healthcare and academia. To formally open Hall B proceedings and to set the stage for today's discussion, it is my pleasure to invite Ms. Meghna Singhania, the founder and editor-in-chief of Medical Dialogues, to give the opening address. Can we make a round of applause? Come on.
Thank you, Azra. A very good morning to everyone gathered here today, and a very special welcome to all our distinguished dignitaries, honored guests, respected speakers, senior healthcare leaders, policymakers, researchers, innovators, members of the medical fraternity, as well as all other esteemed delegates. A warm welcome to the Health AI Con and Phoenix Awards for Health Innovation. It's truly my privilege to welcome you all today on behalf of Medical Dialogues and National Medical Forum. Healthcare across the world is standing at a defining moment. Artificial intelligence is no longer a futuristic concept discussed only in technology forums. It is now becoming an active participant in the way we diagnose, interpret scans, conduct medical research, educate students, manage hospitals, discover drugs, or even engage with patients. But as we all know, healthcare is not just an industry. Every innovation in healthcare touches human lives directly, and therefore, conversations around AI in healthcare cannot be limited to technology alone. It must also include ethics, evidence, accountability, patient safety, data privacy, clinical judgment, equity, and most of all, trust. That is precisely why Health AI Con has been envisioned as a platform where medicine and technology can engage in a meaningful dialogue. Today's conference brings together the brightest minds from the top medical institutions, industry leaders, researchers, clinicians, digital health experts, and as well as technology entrepreneurs, all under one roof to discuss not only the opportunity that AI presents, but also the challenges and responsibilities that come with it. We begin with this morning with an important keynote session from Professor Dr. Anurag Agarwal on why AI in healthcare and why not. A topic that perfectly captures the balance and thoughtful spirit of this conference. Throughout this day, we will explore several critical dimensions of AI in healthcare, be it medical research, education, hospital administration, clinical decision support, precision medicine, public health applications, as well as the future of the digital health ecosystem in India. What makes this summit particularly meaningful are the discussions here. They are not theoretical. They are aimed to be deeply practical and highly relevant to the future of Indian healthcare. India today has a unique opportunity to lead a responsible healthcare AI globally, backed with its vast patient population, expanding digital health infrastructure, growing EHR adoption, and strong clinical and research expertise. At the same time, we must remember, AI should empower clinicians, not replace compassion. Technology should support medical judgment, not overshadow it. And innovation must always remain patient-centric. In fact, the foundation of Medical Dialogues was based on a similar vision, creating a credible platform that connects and empowers the medical community, which at large benefits clinical care in India. Medical Dialogues was born from a simple yet important idea that was envisioned around a decade ago by Dr. Prema Agarwal, Dr. Kamal Kant Kohli, and me. At that time, India did not have a dedicated medical news platform focusing exclusively on the needs of Indian doctors and healthcare professionals. In a country that is as vast and diverse as ours, with varying healthcare policies, institutions, clinical practices across states, there is a growing need for agile, credible, and accessible platform that could keep doctors updated with the latest developments in medicine and everything related to healthcare, while also enabling clinical learning from one corner of the country to another. What began as a modest blog today is one of India's largest medical media house, reaching over 7 lakh doctors across 22 specializations, with more than 3 million monthly readership. Over the past decades, several milestones have strengthened and inspired our journey, including support from the Google News Initiative, recognition from WHO, launch of health dialogues to combat medical misinformation in India, and IFCN certifications. Most recently, Medical Dialogues was honored to be the only Indian winner of the Google-backed Journalism AI Innovation Challenge, further reaffirming our commitment to responsible, innovative, and impactful healthcare journalism, and our endeavor to bring in. As India's leading medical news platform today, Medical Dialogues is always believed in enabling informed conversations that shape our future. Through this summit, our objective is to create collaborative space where clinicians, scientists, policymakers, educators, and technologists can learn from one another and collectively define the road ahead. I hope today's discussions inspire new ideas, collaborations, and perhaps even new solutions that can transform patient care in India. So I thank you again, once again, for joining us.
Thank you so much, Ms. Meghna. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we begin Hall B today with a thought-provoking keynote that challenges us to think about AI not merely as a tool, but as a new language shaping how medicine thinks, communicates, and evolves. It is now my privilege to invite Professor Dr. Anurag Agarwal, Dean Biosciences and Health Research, Ashoka University. Dr. Anurag Agarwal is Dean of Biosciences and Health Research at Ashoka University and a physician-scientist. He has worked in pulmonary medicine and translation research, contributing to interdisciplinary approaches in health sciences. He is involved in shaping academic programs and collaborations between clinical and data science domains. He'll be speaking on why AI is in healthcare and when not to use it. So ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, please help me invite Professor Dr. Anurag Agarwal.
Thank you very much. No, it's a pleasure to be here. So this is supposed to be the research hall, and it's a borderline clinical sounding topic, but I would imagine that some of the most important thinking we all have to do today from a research mindset is where AI in healthcare will work, where it will not, what is the basis in the structure of AI itself that allows us to think through where it will fail before it fails. If we were to wait for it to fail, there will be a cost. If we can imagine where it will fail in a research mode, we'll do much better. And by the way, I always use this slide from 1970, the New England Journal, to point out that the promise of AI in healthcare is not new. If you look at the last line, in some cases largely replacing the intellectual functions of the physician, it's something that doctors have worried about for 50 years now, right? That computers will become really good. What will be the need for doctors? Here is a sample conversation from back in 1970. The computer and the doctor are talking about acid-base balance on an ABG. You can see it almost sounds in 1970 like computers were so good. A quick problem: if the doctor had answered anything beyond exactly written over here, the program would have crashed, because the program would not have understood how to carry on a conversation and understand what the doctor is saying except for very fixed, limited inputs. These were the days of the basic ideas of a neural network. To all those of you, there are no neurons in there. Multiple inputs, one output looks like a neuron, dendrites and axon. You come to problems like this, you want to classify these red and blue separately, draw a line like this. It's linear algebra. You chain multiple of them together, you can get an answer. Any line, any plane, any multidimensional plane can be drawn with a network of neurons. Somebody came up with this kind of a problem called the XOR problem. Now you cannot draw a single line, you draw two lines and give a logic. In between those two lines red, outside those two lines blue, or vice versa. Now you need layers of neurons. They get deeper and deeper the more there are. And then comes Hinton's seminal idea, for which he eventually won the Nobel in 2024. What if we take the error as the final output and feed it back into the system and tell the system to go round and round to minimize the error? Suddenly your areas become self-learning, and because of the self-learning you are able to build the first real artificial intelligence in which you don't have to provide everything. Given enough examples, given it knows the error, it can find the weights on the neural network itself. We'll come to the others a bit later, but again, doctors need things at work. This is 1993. You're looking at ANNs, artificial neural networks in mammography. And basically even here, by looking at the ROC curves, you can see AI became better than doctors, including consultant radiologists. But how did it work? Doctors came up with 43 features. The AI, using the same principle I told you with the errors being fed back, reduced the 43 down to 14. All 14 are listed on the right hand side. How does it work? Doctor looks at the image, puts the value for the feature, and the computer in the end classifies it. Completely useless from a practical point of view. In the amount of time a doctor would look for the 14 features and feed in the value, they've done 10 mammograms. So it is not just important for AI to get better than doctors, it's important for it to do in a way that doctors find useful. This is called formatting of technology. History of tech tells us technology brings great changes, but only when formatted for use in the system where it is planned to be deployed. This formatting is more important than the technology itself. And in fact, X-ray machines came out in 1897. UPenn had a machine in 1898. 10 years later, 1907, only half the people with fractures were getting X-rays. The machine was available for use by the chief resident, but nobody was getting paid for it. 2 years later, the first person who gets paid per X-ray gets hired, and radiology happens. So structures and incentives, both are required. This is of course modern AI. It's a classical patches and things like this, and today you will get something like this. You don't need to feed in any features. It will do it itself. That's convoluted neural networks, and will mark it for you. Only important thing about CNN, the reason the C is there, it converts your image into features, and those features may not be what you think they are. So what it actually is seeing is not what you are seeing. It is finding a way. If for example your chest X-ray, this happened to us in the COVID times, all came from one hospital because that was the COVID hospital. All your normal X-rays are old X-rays. We actually had a chest X-ray AI solution that was working perfectly. It never even looked at the lungs. It simply went to the top right corner with the name of the hospital, looked at the name of the hospital, made a classification. So you have to be very careful when you do CNNs. You don't always know. By these heat maps, you can still get to where they are seeing. Because if you remove that area, the value will change. But you still don't know what they are seeing. Very important distinction. The biggest change came from computers becoming able to read our literature. What's the problem with reading literature? Why couldn't they do it earlier? Here is a line. The dog did not cross the road because it was tired. You can see that GPT-4o understands the dog is tired, right? Take a second line. The dog did not cross the road because it was white. Now GPT understands the road is white. It was not possible earlier. All I have done is I have changed the word tired to wide, and immediately your attention has shifted from dog to the road. Because dogs can be white, but in English we don't refer to dogs as white. The road can be tired, especially in Hindi, thaki hui sadak thi, but we don't typically refer to a road as tired, right? It is attention, And this concept of attention, what goes with what, can be done with architecture called transformers. And once you know what goes with what, you can read, you can do many other things, you can generate new text, you can even generate new protein sequences, you can generate new images, and this changed the AI world. This is probably the best in class example. One more paper came out in Nature yesterday for multimodal AMI, but this is the original AMI. AMI is Articulate Medical Intelligence Explorer. How was it trained? AMI has read everything out there. AMI the patient spoke with AMI the doctor, and AMI the critic criticized the conversation between AMI the patient and AMI the doctor. No human patient, no human doctors, no human critic. After some time, AMI the doctor became really good at doing conversation for taking history and making diagnosis from AMI the patient. Now what they do is they replace AMI the patient with patient actors. It would have been unethical to use real patients, so they're using patient actors, same type that some of you might face in an exam in America or UK. And these patient actors are taken in India, Canada, UK. 100 real primary care physicians or AMI interact with these patient actors on a chat. In the new paper in Nature yesterday, they will also have ECGs and pictures and things like this, but this one only chat. They don't know who is AMI, they don't know who is the human PCP. The patient actor recommends how confident they felt, did they feel the other side was open and honest, and how empathetic they felt it was. A third doctor, a specialist, looks at the conversation and the conclusion and rates for accuracy, management and escalation. Escalation, go to the emergency room right now, you might be having a heart attack. And then this rating is plotted on what is called a radar plot. The closer you are to the boundary, the better you are. And you can see that AMI beats primary care physicians quite nicely, and it completely destroys them in the area called empathy. For me, it's totally believable, because when I went to America for my residency and fellowship, the first thing the Americans taught me was how to sound empathetic. I'm using this word carefully, how to sound empathetic. Being empathetic and sounding empathetic are different things. The patient, what they really care about is your sounding empathetic. You might feel in your heart, I'm very empathetic. If you're not sounding it, they don't like it. So how can AI help health systems? Physician-facing AI, what do we need? Triage, automation of routine tasks, assisting in complex tasks once in a while. We probably don't want too much assistance in normal tasks, otherwise it'll slow us down. In fact, most RCTs so far have shown that physicians do not even want AI for routine stuff, unless AI takes it over and does it for them. Frontline healthcare worker can do more complicated things perhaps, given the assistance of AI. And patient facing is possibly one of the best ones. Patients love the opportunity of wanting to not have to do all the complicated things they have to do. And with something like AMI, they can go quite far, but it's dangerous also. But so for this we have got is, can patient facing AIs do management of illness for compliance with a physician made plan? That seems to be in the border of ethical. And Suresh is possibly getting good. I gave a very similar talk at NBME. So how, as a clinician, should you think logically, should I be using AI for this task? If it's a narrow, well-defined task, if the outcome is primarily a pattern recognition, it's probably a good thing where AI can help. Of course, it has to be a validated solution, regulatory approvals, showing it has the relevant accuracy, appropriate data, and all those things. But here is the risk level. If this decision is high stakes or irreversible, you must never let AI decide. If the question is, do I refer this patient because they might have diabetic retinopathy to get tested? It's a completely reversible decision, right? I mean, at worst, what's going to happen? They won't have it. If the question is, shall I inject a thrombolytic into this patient? Well, you can't take that back after you have done it. Any irreversible decision that is of importance, AI is not the thing to be used for it. So how do you get around this big problem that all generative AI has called hallucinations? And I must say that no matter what anyone tells you, remember, all modern AI based on transformer is a generator of things from patterns. Hallucination is not something unexpected. it would be unexpected if it did not hallucinate. The fact it hallucinates so little is still what surprises CS people. You take somebody from computer science theory, they will actually be more surprised it doesn't hallucinate more than it does. Can you reduce hallucinations? Yes, by something called grounding. Take the answer, fact check it against something that you know to be correct, but half the time we are dealing in the world where we don't know what is correct. So if you don't know what is correct, how do you ground it? So what you do is you create agents. Agents can be of a variety of types. Some are just for the chat, some have CNNs for very specialized narrow tools. An orchestrator will divide the tasks. So effectively you pick the most right path for the right thing and you combine it into a multi-agentic workflow. It minimizes hallucinations and gives you the best answers, but as of now there is nothing that is hallucination free. Using something called RAG, we can minimize it. The more you RAG it, the less creative it will be. The more creative it is, the more hallucination there will be. It's a trade-off. And then of course for all of you in India, you have to remember that when we are thinking of AI, we have to think of AI that works in multiple settings. AI that works in this setting, that is, like a first world rich country, may not work in this setting. We are working, for example, on ambient AI where automatic transcription can happen when people speak. Imagine this place, how many people might be speaking at the same time. Even if you go to the AIIMS Delhi clinic, you might find 6 people surrounding the doctor and multiple sounds coming at the same time. AI that is certified to work in America may not work in India. We must always know it, and we must intuitively understand what it was trained on. Last things as I wind down. Safety is not accuracy. Many of us confuse accuracy with safety. An accurate doctor is not necessarily a safe doctor. Accuracy could be your performance on a test after reading for multiple months, knowing what the examination typically is. Safety might be your ability to perform in a patient with 36 hours of no sleep in a stressful condition with a new patient. People who can be very accurate on an exam may be completely unsafe as real doctors. People who might be very safe may not be the best people for exams. And in fact, by compromising on accuracy, cutting down on erroneous answers, you might have reduced accuracy but increased safety. India and the world currently has no clear system by which we can benchmark AI medical solutions for safety. One of the first such projects has been funded by ICMR called Trust Maps, and Bodh is another one from IIT Kanpur. But Trust Maps will stress test AI, seeing at what point it breaks. And that is the kind of work that needs to be done to understand safe AI. And whatever is not safe AI is not responsible AI, and responsible AI is a very interesting word in itself. So for India to create safe and valid solutions, we need representative data. Great work by people in this room, including Dr. Harpreet Singh, who led the MIDAS dataset, is leading to the type of data in India that will allow us to build it. Then we need extensive testing in the desired use case. You might simply want not a small RCT in one place for a better estimate of 93% versus 90% accuracy. You might want to just test it by thousands of doctors across the country, simply yes, no. Did it work, did it not work? That's called A/B testing versus RCT. RCTs that are looking at quantitative estimates may not even be the right thing to do with AI. In fact, personally, I think most of the RCTs are useless. RCTs were not designed for this. You already have from training of AI quantitative number. Sharpening that number does not do very much for you. And then overcoming the expertise gap. And this, by the way, is being led by ICMR, National Institute of Research in Digital Health. So again, we have wonderful representation from there. It will be called Praman. And it'll be idea would be people around this entire country participating in the benchmarking of open source downloadable AI at no cost to themselves, and the ability to take anything that they train over there for their own use. Let's hope it gets cleared soon, but it's a wonderful effort that's being led. Then of course we need to overcome expertise gap. We have very few doctors who understand AI. We have very few AI scientists who actually know anything about healthcare. We typically have people who have done this and that, and two people talk to each other, but they typically don't even understand what each person is saying. So the product goes the way it goes. Then we need a differential risk-based governance. India recently launched a strategy for AI in health for India, SAHI. A very interesting line in that was innovation over restraint. We will probably be the first country in the world in health AI to say innovation over restraint. Why? We have lots of problems. We need to catch up. We can't follow the global ethics of only a person who can do something without the AI will do it with the AI. Then how will we scale things? But the next line, but there should be risk calibrated governance. Same example I gave. A person who does not recognize diabetic retinopathy uses a tool, says diabetic retinopathy, sends them up. Absolutely fine. A person who does not recognize a stroke, seeing a stroke and giving a thrombolytic, absolutely not fine. Right? Innovation over restraint, but risk calibrated governance is the Indian sutra, and I personally think it's one of the best in the world the way it has been designed. And of course, public education. People will use AI whether you like them to or you don't like them to. Teaching them where AI goes wrong is better than telling them don't use AI. Given how difficult it can be for a person to access care, given even people like me who can probably access a specialist by just putting a phone call, we will still use AI because sometimes it is convenient. Remember, learning to use it well is something that should be as much a part as anything else. I already spoke about Praman. It is a variation of this called MOVE. Dr. Annie Hartley is now an adjunct visiting faculty at Ashoka. She is working very closely with ICMR. She built Meditron, the first full open source downloadable LLM, and we are looking forward to doing more. I'm going to end by this. AI is decision support, not decision replacement. There is something called automation bias. At some point you're happy to just stamp and sign rather than look. It's very easy to fall into, avoid it. Never deploy an AI that has not been tested in India. There is no guarantee it's going to work. Accuracy is not safety. Rare events will break systems. If you are thinking rare, don't imagine the AI will work. High risk decisions, humans must be in the loop. Bias exists in data. Any AI trained on biased data will have the same bias. Unbiased collection of biased data is not unbiased data. Remember that. Automation bias, I already spoke about that. The click and sign dance, we are done with the day. Explainability matters most. Things where you need critical decisions, AI must be explainable. Do I think all AI will be explainable? No, it can't be. Many things we do, we can't explain in medicine even today. I sometimes find it hard to believe that we still don't know how metformin exactly works. It used to be a cytochrome C, then mitochondrial, currently it's microbiome. We still don't know how it works, we use it all the time. Governance is as important as performance. Senior leadership must learn how to govern these. And the best AI must foster human goals of improving access for most of the people, not just some of the people. We are certainly going to see beautiful AI that works with cancer patients, expensive therapies, but what we need is AI that promotes equity. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Agarwal, for such fascinating and thought-provoking discussion. But now I would like to invite Dr. A.K. Bagga to kindly present the memento to Professor Agarwal as a token of our gratitude. Can we make a round of applause once again? Thank you, Doctor. Let us now move to our first panel discussion of the day. Artificial intelligence is rapidly changing how medical research is conducted. From study design and data analysis to clinical trial management and predictive modeling. But with opportunity comes complexity. Questions of data quality, reproducibility, ethical oversight, and equitable research practices remain central to this evolving landscape. In this session, titled AI in Medical Research, Challenges and Opportunities, we will examine the real challenges and transformative opportunities that AI present for medical research in India. May I invite the chair of this session, Dr. Harpreet Singh. Dr. Harpreet Singh is Scientist Chief and Program Officer at the Indian Council of Medical Research, New Delhi, working at the interface of digital health, AI for health, biomedical informatics, and bioinformatics. With more than 23 years of research and program leadership, his current work focuses on AI readiness frameworks, health LLM validation, privacy-aware data governance, and scalable digital infrastructure for biomedical research. He has authored over 200 peer-reviewed publications with an index of 33 and more than 5,200 citations. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we'll invite the moderator of this session, Mr. Vishal Deo. Can we make a round of applause? Dr. Vishal Deo is a statistician and scientist at the ICMR National Institute of Research in Digital Health and Data Science, New Delhi. He holds a PhD in statistics from the University of Delhi and has significant experience in survival analysis, statistical methods in health economics, and advanced statistical modeling. His current research focuses on the application of AI ML techniques, including deep learning and ensemble models in digital health. Let's give a huge round of applause as we welcome Dr. Vishal Deo. And now I would like to invite our distinguished panelists to the stage. Dr. Lalit Gupta, Associate Professor, Anesthesia, Maulana Azad Medical College. Dr. Gupta is professor at Maulana Azad Medical College and editor-in-chief of the Indian Journal of Clinical Anesthesia. An accomplished academician and researcher with over 200 publications, his work focuses on anesthesia, critical care, pain management, and the application of AI in healthcare. And now I would like to invite Mr. AVS Suresh, Senior Consultant, American Oncology Institute, co-founder and Chief Physician Scientist, Cognitive Care. Dr. Suresh is a Senior Consultant in Medical Oncology and Hematology at American Oncology Institute, physician scientist, innovator, and educator with over 2 decades of experience in precision oncology and hematopoietic stem cell transplantation. He has been associated with more than 800 stem cell transplants, holds 20 plus patents in AI-enabled healthcare and medical technologies, and has authored over 200 peer-reviewed scientific publications. Now I would like to invite Dr. Stuti S. Bhargav, Scientist E, ICMR Headquarters, New Delhi, Non-Communicable Diseases. Dr. Stuti Bhargav is Scientist E Medical in the Division of Non-Communicable Diseases at Indian Council of Medical Research, based at the ICMR headquarters in New Delhi. She is involved in research, policy, and public health initiatives related to non-communicable diseases, contributing to national health programs and scientific research in the field. And now I would like to invite Dr. Ravinder Singh, Scientist EICMR AI in Assisted Tech. Can we make a round of applause? Dr. Singh is a senior scientist at the Indian Council of Medical Research and head of the WHO Collaborating Center for Policy Research in Assistive Technology. He leads initiatives in mental health, disability, rehabilitation, and assistive technologies. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll start with our first panel discussion, and I would request the chair to lead the session for all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and this is a very important and very timely session that we are having. And the keynote address by Anurag sir is really very much required at this time, because we are at the crossroads where AI is coming in every aspect of our life, and we understand very little about AI, what AI is doing, and how it is going to impact in future. So there are a lot of open questions. We think that with the development of AI, we have closed all the channels and we understand everything. And I put in many presentations that I give, there are three words: awareness, understanding, and knowledge. So we are still standing at the awareness level. We have not completely understood and we have not gained the complete knowledge about AI. There is a recent paper in PNAS which talks about that human race is feeling more threat not from the robotics but from the AI. There is a very recent paper in PNAS which is correlating AI with the infection of bacteria and viruses. So by saying so, I am not sounding negative. The thing is, AI is bound to come. It has to come because bacteria and viruses all are there. We have to live with it. We have to understand how it works. So this session is a very important session. We are going to talk about the aspects of AI which are going to touch our life and how we can improve the utilization of AI without its harmful effects. So with these words, I welcome all the participants of this panel, and I hand over to the moderator of this session.
Thank you. Yes, thank you so much, sir. And just following from the keynote given by Professor Agarwal, he has set the context for the day-long deliberations, I think, touching upon all the important aspects, especially on to understand what AI can do, what it cannot do, and for us to understand what we should look at AI to do and what we should not. And for this session, which is AI in medical research, challenges and opportunities, so I would like to start on the negative note and then perhaps end on the positive note. That will be a better. So we'll ask the panel members about the challenges, about their specific research domains or clinical domains they are working in, and then maybe we can move on to what are the actual opportunities we should look up to AI to deliver. So starting with Dr. Lalit Gupta. So you have spent years in anesthesia and clinical research, and you are associated with a tertiary care hospital in India. So for whenever we talk about innovation, AI innovation, data forms a very important part of it. So how do you think, what is the gap in which, gap or challenges, how the data is being used from even tertiary care hospitals or any health systems? Please throw some light on it.
Thank you, sir. Actually, this is a very critical one question. You know, what we are in the island of the data, but what we are missing is a meaningful data. So let me explain it by the three things. One is the very important thing is the interoperability of the data. If I remember, there was a study by the National Health Authority in 2023 that said that only 23% of the hospitals, the healthcare systems, have the electronic health surveillance system. And of that, only 15% use that for the decision making. So they found that 60% says that it is not the data, it is how to capture the data. And they are failing in that. And another paradox that they have found is the high volume, low quality data. The data is enormous, and we must be proud clinician that we generate so much of that data that is actually endless in comparison to the Europes and other African countries. But what happens that our data is fragmented. For example, I give an example of myself in the anesthesia. We do a pre-anesthetic checkup of a patient, data is somewhere else. The intraoperative, the operation part, data is somewhere else. And if the patient goes to the ICU, data is somewhere else. So the person who is at the last end, he cannot comprehend all the three data altogether because the electronic system is not working. So what we need very good data that can be captured and can be available at a particular time. Moreover, there is one more thing. The thing is that the data digital infrastructure. You know, we are not so developed. Only few institutes like NIMANS, the AIMS, and the bigger corporate hospital, they have the system where they can capture the data and they can accumulate it. But what about the peripheral centers, the PSC centers? They have the data, but they don't know how to use that. If you go by that Ayushman Bharat, I think around 800 cards are being made by the government of India but where this data is going? The data is not utilized. It is not utilized for the surveillance because we don't have a particular flow where it should be used. So my point is that where every byte of data is important, every split second is important. What we need to capture the data in a meaningful way, because we in the river of a data, but we don't know how to manage the flow of that data.
Thank you so much. You made very important point that we should have structures, standards to collect data, as well as interoperability standards like those set by the ABDM and all. If they can be followed, then perhaps it will be some kind of solution. So moving on to Dr. Suresh. So you have been working in the area of oncology and precision care as well. And a lot of work has been done in terms of AI in oncology, but still we see less translation. So where do you think the gap is in terms of priorities or in terms of evidence?
Absolutely. Taking from what he told, the fragmented data remains still a big challenge. There is no depth of algorithms. We have good numbers. The AI can read the images, AI can read the pathology slides, but is it done on Indian data is something which we miss, the context. So we have different systems. There is no way how we can predict the toxicities, because whatever is being done in the Western population is applied as it is. Just to quote the CTRI, we have close to 1.2 lakh trials done. 20% of them are oncology, and it's very structured data capture, by the way, but we have no intention or inclination to study our own data. So I mean, the companies don't say, if I study my own patients' data parallelly, as long as they don't breach it. So when I was a student in 2002, doing a pazopanib study for one of those things, I know it is a randomized trial, blinded trial, but the side effects will tell which patient is in control arm and which patient is in the study arm. So it's our intelligence. We haven't captured it, we haven't utilized it. So the Indian context, standardization on the Indian patients, accessibility. So another important thing is something which is actually becoming better now, because NGS test which used to cost 2 lakhs is 20,000 now. So precision oncology is in the evolving phase, both in terms of making it affordable and accessible. The data is available, only thing is we need to have an inclination to put it in the right context and right way, and train the algorithms specifically in the Indian context. So that's the gap which I see. And obviously education training, as rightly told by Dr. Anurag, is something that is going to bridge all those gaps.
That's very important actually. So contextualization of the solutions, especially in terms of representativeness of data, as well as capacity building, those are very important. And now, in terms of public health research, I would move to Dr. Stuti. And you have been working in the area of non-communicable diseases, especially from the perspective of public health research. What do you think is missing in terms of AI research which is happening for NCDs, non-communicable diseases, at the public health research or community settings? What do you think are the challenges as of now, and what do you think is not being done which should be done?
So speaking from the public health perspective, particularly for non-communicable diseases, I would say my first concern would be that the AI trained models, the most of the information that has been fed now is non-diverse. So the AI models are learning on the basis of a non-diverse data sets, and thus the results, or whatever the search, starting from the search results to even the conclusions they are arriving at, they are full of biases. Like Sir said about the Indian data sets, they have not been fed, the systems are not trained on them yet. And apart from then there are other issues like lack of accountability, lack of transparencies, what we term as the AI, the digital black box. Those issues are persistent. And plagiarism is another concern. Particularly with NCDs, another concern of mine is when we have fed a data set and we are in process of doing so, if AI model is not acknowledging your intellectual property right, then there can be a breach of that in the system. So you would lose the authenticity of the work or the creativeness of it. That's how I'll summarize few of my initial points. Thank you.
Thank you. You raised very important points, as it reminds me of the previous speaker who also said, you know, unbiased inclusion of biased data sets is not going to make your data unbiased. So that is a very important aspect, and perhaps that is missing, especially in, at public health level. And definitely, intellectual property rights is one of the issues which should be looked at very closely whenever we are dealing with any technology. Thank you so much.
One additional point.
Yeah, please,
I
please.
just skipped. Sorry, I'll take another moment here. I would also like to speak from the perspective of patient safety when we are talking about non-communicable diseases, because we are feeding a lot of sensitive patient information to the system. And given how precise these data, these tools, AI tools are, they might, despite all the so-called safety checks in point, they might still breach into the other data pools, and we might lose the identifiers, which we should be very careful about. So
Yeah, no, so guardrails should be there for
Guards should be
safety, and yeah, that's very important.
thank you.
So, Dr. Ravinder, you are doing so much work, great work in AI-assisted technologies or assistive technologies. So, in terms of, if you look at the ecosystem of assistive technologies in India, where do you think the gap is in terms of use of AI? Do you think there is a lot of opportunity or something which is missing in that ecosystem? Please give your insight.
So first of all, good morning to all of you, and thank you Medical Dialogues for inviting us for this very, very useful and important topic. If you ask me about assistive technology and the issues related to it, we can discuss it whole of the day. And if you say that what are the issues with AI and assistive technology, we don't have any data about how many people are using. So this is the first, we are now having the first world's largest survey on the use, gap and need, use and gaps in use, and also the satisfaction among people who use assistive technology. This is the largest global survey now we are doing, and almost at the verge of completion. The first point is the use is if say 30% of the population, that is what we calculate, at any given point of time they need assistive product. Out of those 30%, only 5 to 10% are using it. So the gap is 90%. So forget about the AI. We don't have even the product which we can see people using it. And I'll say that another aspect, now we are analyzing this 1,80,000 data, and shortly within 1 or 2 months we will be coming out with the results and discussing about it, that how we take it further. So usually what we do is assistive technology is used for 7 functional domains. So locomotor or physical or mobility related, visual impairment or blindness, hearing impairment or deafness, then cognition, communication, self-care, and also the sports, recreation and leisure activities. So in all these areas, the AI has a big role, but the problem is that people are not using. And the important point, as Dr. Harpreet said, the awareness. People are not aware. We have been going to the field, to the remotest part of the country, and we saw their patients suffering with different type of problems which can be solved with very simple technologies. So then the awareness and also converting that into knowledge and knowledge into action. So that path has to be, had take a long time. And also, I was also, reviewing this universal health coverage and sustainable development goals. So 232 indicators, none of the indicator is for finding out how many people are using and how will we, track that by 2030. So AI will only work once people start using assistive product, and also the 90% of the products are imported. And also, if we add AI to them, I think this would be a great help. But again, the standards are lacking. And 2 days ago, there are 6 standards which has been, published by Bureau of Indian Standards, which we requested them. And also, in the other, data collection, the tools, standardized tools, we have been, doing, Dr. Harpreet and myself, doing for last 20 years, that where are the standard tools to collect the data if the tools is not there. So we did one, exercise to do it, to collect the standard tools. The paper is published in form of IMAN, and he told me that IMAN 2 is also there, and I am very anxiously waiting for that tool. So once we have the tools and questionnaires, standard questionnaires, I think we would be doing a great service for collecting a standardized and uniform data. And also the data tool which we used for this RATA study, for I'll say that for finding out the need, that is called RATA, Rapid Assistive Technology Assessment Survey Tool. This is for the first time we are converting into 15 language in India. So we will be going deeper into the Indian population to find out how many people need it and how many of them are using it, from where they are procuring, and how much money they are spending, whether they are spending is from their out of pocket. 80% of the people who are using are spending money from their pockets. And I brought it to the knowledge of our DG also,
Sir,
and
just
also to the health minister.
Keep interest, in the interest of time, I will cut you short here. Sorry for that. So you are giving very important insights, because you are not just talking about the gaps, you are actually working in identifying how much adoption problem is there.
One point I'll say.
Yes, sir.
2 days ago we met health minister, and he said only one thing, that Dr. Ravinder, can we have standards in India for everything, all investigation and data and everything?
That
So
will
I
be
think
wonderful, sir.
This is what the he has given us the challenge.
That will give us a very strong foundation where not just any technology, even AI can be built upon. And you have given us insights into the opportunities actually which lies in doing so much work in assistive technologies, including AI. Thank you so much. So, and to move ahead now, so acknowledging the challenges which we have in terms of use of AI in medical research, or use of or doing research in AI in health, acknowledging those challenges, let's talk about the opportunities we have, what we can actually do with it. So Dr. Lalit Gupta, coming back to you, you have seen high pressure operating room environments closely in your clinical practice. Do you think AI driven monitoring and research tools can help predict, for example, complications earlier, during the surgeries, improve anesthesia outcomes, say air management and all? Can it be of support?
Sir, it's a very important question, because operation theaters are the very high stake environment, and where any split second matters. So what we have, the anesthetist, the person who is working there, they are drowned in the noise of beeps of monitor, heart rate, ECG, EEG, everything is there. But they are still having the thrust of insight for the very particular moment when there is a complication happen. So what AI does, AI is actually a bridge between that noise and the insight. So coming to the Indian context, where we are always complaints of the less manpower, what we have an AI is not a luxury for us, it's a co-pilot for us. Suppose we have a system which can tell us 15 minutes ahead that the patient is going to have hypotension, the low BP during the operation, there can be chances of the bleeding. So you have around 15 minutes, that's an eternity. You can save the complication, you can start the preemptive measures to manage those things. So it is the foresight that the AI is giving to you. Coming to the another thing, we in the anesthesia, in these operation theater, we have closed loop systems. Like we have the fixed dose for the particular process, we give such much of dose. But what happens our Indian population different from the Western population. All the regimens are based on the Western populations. So the people have the more of the complication which are not given by the Europeans and the American standards. So if we have the AI system which can manage all the things, see all the monitors and can predict that what is the pharmacogenomics of that patient. That is very much important, because if we can manage that, the dose required will be the less for this patient because of the things. The monitor is showing the depth is accurate. We don't have to give so much of the things. That is the boon for us. And sir, one more thing, we have now the monitors which can tell us the complexion. Suppose I give an example of a monitor ScanNav, which can give to you the exact anatomy of the epidural and the spinal space, and the complications rate of your procedure is less than 2%. That means that's a boon for us. So it's actually a necessity, but at the cost of the right data, because it only tells you the complication that you feed in that, what the data has been fed in that. If it is fragmented data, as I told you, as sir has told, if it is not standardized, the result will not be accurate. So I would say that having the AI is a necessity, but over reliance on the AI may de-skill an anesthetic. So use it cautiously, standardize with the standard data monitoring, and have the standard AI monitor only in that.
Great, thank you. I think this area which you talked about is not, not many people are working on it, and this is a great opportunity for
Yes, sir.
people sitting here to think about working in this area. Now, moving on to Dr. Suresh. So, in your experience, if you think about what kind of solutions do we need in India which can have maximum impact in terms of accessibility or in terms of precision medicine in cancer, what are your thoughts about that?
So I'll just start with 3 examples and quickly finish it. One is interdisciplinary, second is within the doctor, second is interdisciplinary with the allied specialties, and third thing is customizable to the patient. That's what we call as a precision. Right? One example I call it interdisciplinary example I give is we started working for almost last 8 years on something called breast arterial calcifications. So the vessel is the same, right? And the calcium deposit gives the same risk of coronary disease, and internal mammary artery have same caliber as the coronaries. So the moment you do a mammogram with 0 additional cost, I can triage the people who develop heart attack in the near future. And mammograms are done, and you got a 1 additional byproduct. So both of them are non-communicable diseases, and cardiology department lies next to the oncology department in our hospital at least. So this is one example, and we have 18 such things that stemmed out of what oncologists see as a routine test that can predict the disease of the other things, because they share a lot of common etiologies. So obesity, dyslipidemias, diabetes. So risk factors are common, and diseases also have the same pathophysiology at some point of time, and they branch out, how they manifest sort of thing. So this is one thing where AI can make a very big impact, both in terms of understanding the commonalities and try to see where they diverge in other things. That is interdisciplinary. Disciplinary at the level of, I can say, at the user level. So again, we started working on something like, we have almost 10,000 pharmacogenomic Indian data that we started collecting from one of the labs, and then just started using a what we call as a dispensation and scheduling of the drugs. When to take pantoprazole, very simple app developed by one of our tech people. So just they look at the pharmacogenomics, which works, which doesn't work. Most of the oncology people are overburdened. They are geriatric. They have at least 10 drugs on the pill, if not less, right? So this is where we saw making a big impact. Scheduling, understanding the pharmacogenomic, and personalizing it. At a patient level, we developed those tools to report the adverse events, so that the feedback learning happens to the doctors and at the institute level, at a desktop level. So the practical implications is feasible. We tried. Only thing is, this is feasible because we are very sensitive about the data. We are sensitive about what the need is. So the need drives the data, and then data, if captured in the proper way, becomes high quality, and where the iterative loop, as really told by Dr. Anurag, is going to make a good product. So I stop there. Thank you.
That's great. I mean, you have underlined the previous speaker's one point on formatted technology. So you're thinking more from what is already happening and where AI can actually assist in expanding its usage. Dr. Stuti, from the insights you have of NCDs in the public health research, what would your message be to the researchers who are working in AI in health? What should they prioritize and what should they look at for solving? What kind of problems they should look at for solving?
I wouldn't want to put the human creativity, on the back foot while trying to find solution to any health related problem, and maybe use AI as a form of assistance. But please do not make your creativity as another vestigial part like we did with our appendix. So that's not what I would want to happen to our brains. So for anybody working in research, first of all, do prioritize your own creativity. Like the previous speaker had highlighted the point about grounding, that is something I would want to emphasize on again. Manual checks are vital, manual checks are essential. AI is, and the use and assistance of the AI is inevitable nowadays, but please do not skip the human verification side of things there. Apart from that, couple of other safeguards that I would want to encourage this researchers to follow is that please do read the guidelines of any funding agency, any publication body that you are going ahead while using your AI tools. Because as far as my knowledge goes, I think the European research funding bodies and even Wiley and all, they have pretty clear guidelines about use of AI. Do not cite AI as an author in any of your works, and please be careful about the IP part that I have mentioned in my earlier point also. So those will be a few of the checks from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Dr. Ravinder, you talked about how hard you're working to, found to make sure that the assistive technologies are being adopted across India. And in that sense, can you think about some few examples or use cases where you think on top of the assistive technologies, AI can play a big role?
Yeah, of course, because most of our people or patients who suffer, they are not able to reach. The first thing I would say that through telemedicine or tele rehab systems, we can do the assessment part. We can also prescribe those products by, having customized, products. Right now, I won't criticize the systems which are currently operating. They distribute products, and we totally, we don't want to use the word distribution. So we use provisioning, like we do health provisioning. So similarly, assistive technology provisioning by using AI tools to assess them and to make the product customized for their needs. So this is the basic requirement for them. I'll give you one simple example, spectacles. We did a study in Delhi Health schools, 80,000 data. Out of the 80,000 random, data, 8,000 students between 6 class to 12 class, they had myopia or the refractive errors. 10% of the students having refractive error and none of them using spectacles. 8% of them having hearing impairment, none of them are using hearing aids. So this, just imagine a city like Delhi with people having, purchasing power and everything, and government, and as a capital of India. So can you imagine what will happen to those students which are not using spectacle or which are not using hearing aid and sitting in a class and not understanding what the teacher is doing? So somehow, how can we, make them inclusive into our system is a big challenge. We are producing those, I'll say defective student.
Right. Right. That's very important. I mean, these are where a lot of impact can be made if we come up with solutions like we talked about, digital solutions like telemedicine, and at least awareness is something which can be improved, which can lead to a lot of adoption as well. Now, our chair of the session, I have a few questions with you, and then I would request you to summarize after that. So, sir, quickly, 2 points. One is it's very important. We know that data is very important. A lot of speakers talked about that. So what should be our aim for strengthening the health research data ecosystem in India? And the second question is, sir, so what should the health research ecosystem in India should look like in terms of collaboration between various stakeholders? So first is the data part and then the collaboration parts.
Thank you, Vishal. So your first question, aim for improving, what should we looking at, what should we doing for improving the quality of data, which is, I guessed every speaker talked about, and Anurag sir also talked about the biasness in data. This is in fact one of the biggest challenge with AI. One of the speaker talked about representativeness. So, we have AI applications which are coming from foreign countries with the data trained on foreign data and will not be applicable in Indian data. So, Government of India is putting lot of effort. Sir talked about AI Kosh. It's a flagship program of India AI Mission. And India AI Mission is a flagship program of Government of India, MIT, Ministry of Electronics and Telecommunication. AI Kosha is one program where I have seen they are trying to develop a repository of data sets, standardized high quality data sets, as well as models, AI models. And it has 6 components, India AI Mission, and AI Kosha is one of such component. And then building compute capacity, which is again one of the challenge put up by one of the panelists. So what I think is we should start putting the quality step right in the beginning when we are collecting data, not even there, just one step before, when we are planning to collect the data. How we are going to enforce standards. This is one of the big problem I have seen. I have been working in ICMR in so many research projects. One of the big challenges, we are not using the standards, national and international standards. How many of the data sets you have seen which are compliance to the FHIR standards, to the ABDM standards, NHA has proposed that. How many of these data sets are looking at the SNOMED or HL7? Very few. So if we put those standards, our first challenge is sorted out, that is the interoperability. As soon as you put the challenge, data becomes interoperable. Second challenge is the accessibility or availability. I put these two terms separately, so sometime later when time gets, I'll explain what is the difference. So accessibility is another challenge there. Initiatives like India AI Missions, AI Kosha, and this IBDC initiative by the DBT, and ICMR also has its data repository. So those challenges are coming. We should not be looking at the national standardized, all centralized kind of solution. We should be looking at a federated solution. So there are different components and challenges, and the last challenge that I would like to highlight here, and if you permit, then I have to summarize also this. Yes, sir. Okay. Last challenge which I feel is that we are not looking at the governance component. We are not looking at the DPDP Act. Most of researchers, most of doctors, most of clinicians are not aware of the provisions of DPDP Act. We have to be aware of that. There are many, I'm not saying it is bad, it is really good, but we have to understand what it is. There is a concept, it is a consent-centric framework, that is the DPDP Act. So we have to look at that. So, and I continue with the summarization? Please. Okay. So what I could get a feel that, we are apprehensive, little bit apprehensive of the use of AI. Apprehension is coming in 2-3 ways. One way apprehension is coming about the quality of data. Second is what AI can do or cannot do, which Dr. Anurag sir just talked about it. So I must tell you that, we talked about the concept of interoperability, high value data sets which are available, then data representativeness is again a big challenge. And then Dr. Ravinder talked about little use of AI in assistive technologies because of lack of awareness. So there are lot of efforts which are going on, and I think it is the right time for us to look at the areas where AI has not penetrated, but also to look at the areas where AI has penetrated and how we can regulate, how we can make AI work the way we want rather than the way AI wants. So there are a lot of challenges. Training is another component which is talked about, and then we have this brain computer interface which we have not talked about. Sustainability is another big challenge that we have not discussed. We can develop data sets, but how those data sets are going to be sustainable. So there are a number of challenges that we discussed, and then there are few challenges which are left. So probably in the next panel discussion we'll work on that. But thank you very much, and it has been really a very good experience I had here, and we discussed a lot of interesting areas to work on and lot of interesting challenges to address upon. And over to Vishal.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for summarizing it so well, and thank you to all the speakers. Now, we hand it over to the organizers.
I would like to thank the entire panel for such an incredible panel. I think we should give a round of applause at this moment. Thank you so much for sharing such valuable insights with all of us. And now I would like to invite Dr. Anurag Mishra to kindly join us here on stage. Not present. Okay, I would like to invite Dr. A.K. Bagga to please help us through the felicitation. I request our chair to kindly come forward and accept the memento.
Yeah, where is the memento?
So, there. Now I request Dr. Vishal Deo to kindly come forward. Dr. Lalit Gupta, kindly come forward. I request Dr. A.V.S. Suresh to kindly come forward. Now I request Dr. Stuti S. Bhargav to kindly come forward and accept the memento. And now I would like to invite Dr. Ravinder Singh to kindly come forward. Thank you so much. And now I would like to request the entire panel to kindly come forward for a group photograph, along with Dr. A.K. Bagga, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a special moment as we welcome the host to address the Hall B delegates. Please help me invite with a round of applause Dr. Sanjay Tiwari, Chairperson, National Dental Commission.
Yes, sir. I request Dr. Anil Kohli to kindly chair. It's a very important moment for all of us, friends, where we are seeing a great convergence of all the stakeholders at a moment when we are proposing that artificial intelligence should not be allowed to randomly grow inside the medical profession. We all know that artificial intelligence is not coming, it has already come. It is taking its place. But at the same time, if we allow the unregulated presence of theirs, then it might create more inequality, difference, and a non-performance than what is required. So it is expected that every medical college, every medical faculty, every medical student, every hospital carrying certain health care should be having a minimal digital activity, AI-governed digital transformation which is taking place. But it should have that digitalization in such a way that the minimal standards are always there. And maybe better is always, tomorrow is always better. We can always create more innovations and get into it. I'm extremely happy to say that today's conference, where the NMC chairman is just coming, NB chairman coming, and Dr. Sanjay Tiwari, who is very busy today, is a personal family function, but he agreed to come here and address you regarding this issue. So I'm sure that with his guidance, the dentistry, which is a very important aspect, will be developing into a vision and an example for whole of the world that in India, the dentist is regulated like this. It is because he is the regulator and he has the vision to control the artificial intelligence, which is extremely powerful technical equipment. But that technical equipment should be used wisely by the hands of the doctors. So I request, and with a pleasure, I call upon Dr. Sanjay Tiwari. Please give him a big applaud. Please, let's listen to his vision. Dr. Sanjay Tiwari.
Respected dignitaries, colleagues, members of the medical and dental fraternity, and friends. Good morning. First of all, I thank Dr. Prema Agrawal and Dr. Anil Kohli sir for giving me opportunity to speak, to come over here. This is my first public presence here because we being a government servant, we don't go anywhere. I was so happy to know that this conference doesn't have much commercial, doesn't have a commercial angle. They are working for regulating the AI, so I thought we'll be coming here. And thank you for giving me opportunity, sir. It's a privilege to address this distinguished gathering at Health AI Con 2026. I'm extremely happy to know that this conference is being organized with a vision to provide platform to accelerate the integration of artificial intelligence with India's healthcare ecosystem, guided by the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, where technology plays a transformative role in nation building. Today, the nation is discussing artificial intelligence in healthcare. Here, I would especially like to draw attention to a field that is equally ready for transformation, that is dentistry. Over the years, dentistry has evolved remarkably. We moved from conventional practice to advanced imaging, implantology, digital workflow, aesthetic rehabilitation, and precision-driven procedures. But the next revolution in dentistry will not come merely from better instruments, it will come from intelligent system. And this transition has already begun. The artificial intelligence is slowly entering in dentistry for radiographic interpretation, diagnostic support, orthodontic planning, implant positioning, workflow optimization, and preventive screening. The important thing is that dentistry is perhaps one of the most AI-compatible branches of healthcare because much of our dentistry is based on image, pattern, measurement driven, and protocol oriented, and therefore AI can become a powerful support system for dental professionals. It can help in early detection of dental caries, and most importantly, for the early detection and management of the potentially premalignant lesions, which can be controlled when we can use with the help of the AI. In identification of the periodontal disease progression and diagnosis, in improving the treatment planning, for supporting the precision implantology, and eventually for helping the standards quality care settings. But while we discuss the opportunity, we must also discuss the responsibility, because healthcare cannot become technology driven alone. Dentistry is not merely about the tooth. It is about trust. It is about patient's confidence, clinical judgment, human reassurance, and ethical responsibility. AI should support the dentist, not replace the dentist. As the chairman of National Dental Commission, I believe that we have a collective responsibility to prepare the profession for this transition in a structured and balanced manner. The preparation must begin with education, because tomorrow's dental profession will work in an environment where digital system and AI tools will increasingly become part of the routine practice. Therefore, AI literacy can no longer remain optional. We are going to make it mandatory for our dental professionals. It must gradually become part of the undergraduate learning, postgraduate specialization, faculty development, and continued professional education. AI integration is not achieved merely by purchasing software. It requires trained faculty, digital infrastructure, ethical governance, validated tools, and academic standards, and perhaps most importantly, it requires professional wisdom. Today, we have a historic opportunity before us. For perhaps the first time, the healthcare regulators, researchers, research institutions, technology leaders, educators, and clinicians are sitting together to discuss the future of the AI integration in healthcare. The convergence itself is significant, and initiatives like National AI Doctor Mission becomes important because they recognize a simple truth that AI in healthcare cannot remain only a technology movement. It must become a professionally guided national mission. I congratulate the organizers of this conference for the initiative to empower the doctors across the India and with AI literacy, digital capabilities, and future-ready clinical skills by launching National AI Doctor Mission. And I would particularly emphasize that dentists must remain an integral part of this national transformation. Dental AI should not evolve separately from the mainstream healthcare. It must grow alongside. India, in fact, possesses a tremendous opportunity in this field of dentistry, as our large patient base, clinical diversity, and disease burden provide enormous potential for AI validation, data-driven insights, clinical research, and indigenous innovation. As we move forward, let us remember something very fundamental. Technology will continue to evolve rapidly, but the essence of healthcare must remain human. In dentistry, the precision matters, but the compassion matters equally. Algorithms may assist decision, but trust still heals patients, and therefore our responsibility is not merely to adopt AI, but to guide it wisely. Let dentistry in India move forward with innovation, scientific integrity, ethical responsibility, and patient-centered care. Let AI strengthen our profession, not distance us from the people we serve. Let India not merely follow the future of healthcare technology, but help define its responsibility for the world. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Dr. Tiwari is a man of few words, but large experience and action. I'm sure that with his commitment and knowledge and vision, the dentistry is going to take a different direction altogether. Because we have got a large base of dentists across the country. And in fact, we can create a model of dentistry education as well as practice in the country. We have moved from a distance where the dentistry was not known, it was done by compounders and illiterate people, to a vision that we are going to reach to the best of the dentistry in the country with the best of the AI standards. It is a time that we can adopt these standards and make it regulatory authority that any dentistry will do that. For that, Dr. Anil Kohli Padam Bhushan Anil Kohli, our dear friend, we have together visualized a national AI doctor mission. That is what we are trying to propagate. That every doctor in the country should be AI enabled, AI empowered, should be guiding AI to be used rather than be guided by the AI. That's the issue. And for that, we are very happy that with the guidance of Dr. Anil Kohli and Dr. Bijaj Seth and Dr. Sanjay Tiwari and Dr. ICMR people, and this also by the Ministry of Technology, we are able to launch this in the afternoon today. I request Dr. Anil Kohli to say a few words just to remind us about NAD.
Good morning, everyone. And let me share with you, I really feel honored and proud to see Dr. Sanjay Tiwari at the helm of National Dental Commission, because I've known him for almost 3 decades. And it's wonderful to see a young person, the man of integrity, from a very humble background and from a government institution to reach to the pinnacle of his career. And we wish him a great success, and medical profession and dental profession has a very good future, and we have no choice except to adopt it. Earlier we adopt it, better it is for me. And I'll share with you my personal experience why AI is so important in today's era. Firstly, it is not going to replace the human or the doctor's involvement in the profession. It will only replace the doctors with AI knowledge. The doctors without AI knowledge will be replaced. That will be the only replacement. No AI is going to work without the human intervention and other thing. So I was talking to you why AI is so important. It is my personal experience. 1 month back, somebody walks into the clinic. Sanjay, it is very interesting. He firstly inquires about the person, okay, who is the best and who can answer my query. And person is in US. So he locates somebody because he was coming to Delhi. He locates Mr. X is available. And then he locates the number of Mr. X and checks up about the equipment does he have in the clinic or not. So that is the way. And he's an Indian guy. So then he goes and calls for an appointment. On such and such date I will be arriving and I want to need an appointment and want to meet the doctor. I don't want the treatment. Then he walks into the office, he looks around, he said, I am not going to be treated, I just want to meet him. I said, okay. Then he walks in and he takes out a big paper. He writes down, I got this root canal done. In this MB2 was missed by somebody. And I need somebody to treat this MB2, and I want MB2 to be treated under the microscope. And do you use the sodium hypochlorite or not? Or you use only the hexadene? So all was done. So I said, what do you expect of me? And you are here only for a short time. He said, yes. So first question was, I said, my question was, why didn't you get it treated in US when you have the facility and everything and all? So he says, it's very expensive. I said, I'm not going to be cheap. I'll be as expensive as in the US. And then I told him, this, whatever you are talking, I'm telling you how the human involvement is involved and how the AI works and other things. So I said, I will take a small intraoral periapical X-ray. I saw there was a perforation. I knew this tooth cannot be saved. I told him very straight away, I cannot do your treatment. And this tooth cannot be saved. You can get it done wherever you go. So how the interrelation between the human touch and the machine and the AI. So then he said, I want to share with you, don't feel bad. I asked you so many questions. I checked about you, checked about the place, I checked about the equipment. Because I work for the AI and I am making the medical apps, that's why I had so many queries. So we all have to be prepared for the future. So sooner is the better if we adopt to the new system, and Dr. Prem Agarwal's working on this only, that while you are a student in the institution, you should be able to adopt the system. I'll give you a simple example. We used to write our patient history and the patient work, whatever we do, on by pen and pencil. And 15 years back, it took me very long to be paperless office. It's the same way, going into the AI is going to the same system, and that's why we have together under one roof here, where the National Dental Commission, Medical Commission, ICMR, Department of Electronics are all working together to crystallize the fluid thing into the system. And what the National NAIDM is going to work for. This thing is only 3 points. Awareness, every doctor must understand AI, which it can do and what it can do. Ability, doctors must be trained to use AI tool effectively in practice. Accountability, even with AI, responsibility remains with the doctor. So these are the aims for which this organization has been created under the leadership of Dr. Prem Agarwal, and I am sure future belongs to AI and we should be ready to accept it. Earlier we adopt, better it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. In fact, I'm seeing a very great future for the country's healthcare. I request Sarkar sir, please. It's a pleasure to give a memento, because Dr. Tiwari shall not be in the evening here.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tiwari, Dr. Agarwal, and Dr. Kohli for sharing such valuable insights with all of us. Thank you so much. We now continue with our next panel discussions. Medical education is undergoing a profound transformation. As AI-powered platforms emerge, the question is no longer where AI will enter the classroom, but how it can be designed to meet the diverse learning needs of every student. In this session titled Adaptive AI for Personalized Learning for Medical Students, we will explore how adaptive AI tools can personalize the learning journey of medical students, strengthen competency-based education, and support faculty in creating more effective, inclusive, and responsive learning environments. To chair this session, may I invite two distinguished academicians, Professor Dr. Dheeraj Shah and Major General Surendra Mohan. Let me give a quick introduction about our chairs of this session. Professor Dr. Dheeraj Shah is principal of the University College of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, and former director of the National Institute of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. A distinguished pediatrician, researcher, and academic leader, he has contributed extensively to child health, nutrition, public health, and medical research with over 160 scientific publications and multiple national and international advisory roles. Major General Surendra Mohan is a medical professional currently serving as the Dean of Army College of Medical Sciences, a specialist in obstetrics and gynecology. He has extensive experience in military medical services and was awarded the Vishesh Seva Medal for his service. He also serves as chairman of the Medical Education Unit and editor-in-chief of the Journal of Medical Academics. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for our chairs of this session. May I now invite the moderator of this session, Dr. Lavneesh Bains, who is a professor of surgery at Maulana Azad Medical College, teacher, avid researcher, and global health contributor with editorial and reviewer roles of leading journals under Springer Nature, PLOS One, and Frontiers. He is recipient of various accolades, including the Springer Nature Editor of Distinction Award 2025 and Young Scientist Memorial Award 2023. He is actively engaged in patient safety, quality improvement, low-cost innovation, new technology, global surgery initiatives, and collaborative research. May I now invite our distinguished panelists to the stage, Dr. Piyush Ranjan, Professor, Department of Medicine, AIIMS, New Delhi. Let's give them a huge round of applause. All right. Dr. Piyush Ranjan, MBBS, MS, is a professor in Department of Surgical Disciplines at AIIMS, New Delhi. His core area of interest is in breast and endocrine surgery, medical innovation, and medical education. Now I would like to invite Dr. Binita Goswami, Professor, Maulana Azad Medical College. Dr. Binita Goswami is Director, Professor of Biochem at Maulana Azad Medical College and an accomplished medical biochemist, educator, and researcher. She completed her MBBS and MD from Mamsi University of Delhi and has over 18 years of experience in teaching, clinical laboratory management, and biomedical research. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us invite Dr. Neha Srivastav, who is a government affairs and strategic partnerships leader with nearly 18 years of experience across healthcare, academia, research, and digital transformation. She currently serves as Associate Director, Government Relations at Walter Kluwer, where she works closely with medical institutions, government bodies, and healthcare leaders to enable adoption of evidence-based digital learning and clinical intelligence solutions. So now I would request the chair of our session to please lead the session for all of us. Thank you so much.
Morning, and thank you very much for inviting all of us for this burning topic.
Can I have a moment? I would like to inform that the training has been started in Hall C. Thank you so much.
So the medical education has come into complete limelight with the introduction of all these AI tools. And I must share, I'm from a government sector and I'm from the Army College of Medical Science. And when I was interacting with the students of first year, who just passed first year, I was totally surprised when they say that, I said, do you read books? He says, sir, books, तो ठीक है हमारे पास है, but sometime I said, what subjects? Let's talk about individually. So I asked biochemistry, and the 3-4 topper people, they said, sir वो हम लोग तो सिर्फ चैट GPT से बायोकेमिस्ट्री पढ़ते हैं और उसके पढ़ के पास हो गए हैं अच्छे नंबर से. Now that was astonishing. And when I said, okay, what about the other subjects? They say, so are you aware of notebook LM? I said, show me. And they demonstrated to me that yes, this particular technology, they can just put in a source, for example, a chapter maybe from any book, and that particular AI tool can summarize the entire chapter into the level of understanding which you want to create. You have to give prompts that, okay, make it very simple, it will make it very simple and give you, let's say, in 1 page or 2 pages or 3 pages. So depending on your level of understanding, this notebook element can transform this individualized, personalized training. So these kind of tools are now becoming available and is becoming a challenge for us teachers, because unless we know what is available and how you can better utilize and prevent the misuse, these two things have to be kept in mind. If you can do that, that's a very big challenge, and the whole conference, I think, is about that. With these remarks, I think I give it back to my co-chairperson for his opening remarks.
Thank you. We all know that AI now is not only a concept, but it is already there. It is changing the way the students learn, the educators teach, and ultimately how the healthcare is delivered. And but we also must introspect what kind of what kind of doctors we want. Definitely, AI is going to change the shape of future or change or define the future of medical education, but we must humanity must remain the heartbeat of medicine. And because when patients approach doctors, they are not only seeking a diagnosis, prescription, but they are also seeking empathy, they are also seeking trust, and ultimately the healing touch that define medicine. And definitely AI is going to personalize the art learning needs, and it can deliver personalized algorithms for learning of students, but a right balance between I would say the precision of technology and wisdom of humanity has to be maintained. And if we can maintain, then the medical education is going to be transformative, and it is not only going to be more efficient, but also may lead to more compassionate learning, so that we have more compassionate doctors. So we hope that that kind of balance will be maintained, will continue to be maintained, and then AI definitely can help the learning in medical education. Thank you. So I'm sure the panel discussion is going to provide more insights into this topic. So with this, I hand over to our moderator, Dr. Lavnish Bains.
Thank you, sir, and a very good morning to all. I think people have started going for some break. So you have, brought up that perspective, that at my times and at your times, we used to have some notes. And those notes used to be photocopied over the year, and you have to read that, some kind of fixed notes. And today we are sitting here and discussing something adaptive. It's not even, dynamic, it is too dynamic that it will be individualized for every particular person. So when we are starting, just for the house, I can put in the words that we are talking here of adaptive AI. That means it recognizes a person or a student over a time for its strengths, weaknesses, contents, what repetition is required where, clinical reasoning is sound, and keeps on dynamically adjust. So it can give us a tailor-made solution to that. See, we are now in that era, what I was talking about and where we have reached. So that is all about, adaptive AI, and for you to understand. So I will just start, putting some questions to the panel. So I will start with Dr. Piyush. You have been a leading educator and mentored many students over the, different stages, UG, PG, and all through. Do you think still that that whatever the notion or things were there, one size fits all, still holds good for medical education in the country?
So if we talk about the traditional classroom teaching, we can have a separate debate for that. But the bedside teaching, it's still irreplaceable. We cannot replace that. And why I'm talking about the classroom teaching is, so the same content is distributed uniformly in the same time span, presuming that everybody will gather that knowledge or information, whatever you say at this point of time. So traditionally, this is the problem. I feel it's like more like a buffet actually. The teachers or the educators, they serve what they want, irrespective of the likings, the taste, the appetite. It should be like a la carte. So it should depend on the student's background knowledge, his or her career goals. Someone may need hand-holding for foundational concepts, some are ready for higher order thinking. So this is very, very variable. So that's a big problem nowadays. The second is feedback. Traditional medical teaching doesn't give you instant feedback, right? You will get that feedback after your summative assessment, that is the exams, award ending exam or something like that. Or after the end of the posting exams you have. Or occasional faculty will tell you, gada kahin ka, kuch nahi aata. This is what we get. So there is no feedback. But what you're talking is adaptive AI. So it's so personalized that this can give you individualized feedback. And it walks along you. Your weaknesses, your strength, all has been analyzed. Like sir has given example of notebook LLM. You just put in a source, of course it has to be PDF, And you can just customize the questions. They can give you flashcard, they will give you quizzes. You can make it simple, you can make it 4 choices, 5 choices, subjective answers, whatever you want as per your need. In surgery, we have simulators. Dr. Saab is well aware of the simulators. So now the simulators AI enabled. For example, I am performing a surgery on the simulator. I am injuring a vessel. Of course, we do that, but that is not desirable. That AI will send you a message, just stop, bleeding is occurring. They will deduct your point and then change the scenario so that you are now very confident of this. Now the problem is with so many tools and so many AI tools, not all are appropriate. We need to pick and choose, right? So the adaptive AI is important for us. Like in ChatGPT, we use ChatGPT. You can also but that ChatGPT gives pre-trained material to you. That we don't want. And the references always hallucinate you. So the GPT part is generative pre-trained transformer. So you can upload some textbook PDF like LLM, and in that case, GPT is much better than LLM. So you need to know what exactly is beneficial for you, what you can use effectively, and of course, cost is a constraint, but it is going to be the future.
Sir, you are at AIMS. Let me ask you to putting in the bigger picture. What ails our system still? You see enormous students, shortage of faculty, and many more things. So what in your thoughts or experience still ails that system?
So going by the traditional method, as I've discussed, the number of seats are increasing.
Yes.
So earlier we had only 50 students. Now we have 120 students. Even we don't know by their name. So that is not a good thing. I am not proud of that. But in your hospital, I think it is more than 200. So
250.
250. So 250 for a single class, and the class being taken by a teacher is not humanly possible. And that too, we should be able to dig out the students who need hand-holding. Again, it's a very Herculean task. So these are the tools that are going to assist the teachers as well as the students. So traditionally, actually, if you talk about medical education, again, lot of revamp is required. We cannot go along the traditional way for a longer period of time because things are changing very, very fast. You know what our attention span is much lesser than goldfish. I don't know the figure is correct or not. It is 8 seconds for goldfish. The way we see the reels, before the brain analyzes, we are in the next reel. So things have changed very much.
So we have started understanding that there are some issues with our system. Fine. And like sir was saying that, of course, this is going to be perhaps a game changer. We'll see in the course of time. I think we have the entire day for discussions. Dr. Neha, that you have been at the center of development of the content, its delivery, and you have multiple platforms for research also, for publishing also. So how do these things hold promise for the future? Where do you think they fit the medical education? Perhaps what the shortcomings we have just talked about.
See, when it comes to the platforms that we have within medical education, these are linked to technologies which will continue to evolve. So for people like us at Wolters Kluwer, 2 things that we keep at heart is the quality of the content, which has to be evidence-based, and at the same time, the technology that delivers it to institutions and medical universities. So that becomes the 2 key points that we keep at heart and try to build on that with evolving times.
But I do feel, and I think the panel members may also agree, that premier institutes and the institutes, those who can afford, can get all these platforms, and many in the country will be left without all this content. Right. So that remains a disparity. I don't know whether to put it as a rural urban. There is nothing called rural urban these days, but premier institutes or the other institutes, that there is no standardization.
See, these are more moving towards the commercial aspect of platforms.
Perhaps administrative aspects and the financial ones.
Yes, definitely. And companies like us do take that into account. We do look at it from a tiered based perspective as well. But at the same time, we'll have to understand that the technology, the kind of research that goes back in developing these tools has also needs to be sustained. So that's why it is important that for us to continue to evolve in that space, there has to be some sort of commercialization, but at the same time, tier-based, making sure that it remains inclusive, and we try to make sure that everybody can access those tools at the same time.
So what I was saying that it was, yes.
No, the costs are important. Of course, the AI tools are expensive, but to my surprise, can you believe it? I mean, with the Geo subscribers, this notebook LM is free. So it is, it's available to any person who has a Geo SIM. And sometimes few things can be so affordable, and when you talked about personalized adaptive learning for students, let's remember that entry into medicine is not easy. Some students take 1 year first shot, some people take almost 4 to 5 attempts to come to the college. So in a class of 100, you always have about 10-20% who are high achievers, and in between about 50-60% are people who are average achievers, and the bottom 2/3 are those people who bottom third have a release phenomena. Oh, they've been working for 4-5 years to get into a medical college with coachings and going round and round every day, listening to the parents' comments and everybody's expectations, and reaching to the stage of a medical college, and for them is a release phenomena. First year just passes like a complete release phenomena, and very difficult, is a big challenge for teachers to focus on these kind of students and help them. That's where the tools coming to make it kind of a game instead of a job, or instead of a work that they have to now cram more and more. But if these tools, when they make it more interesting, instead of it's like a video game or something like that, so that becomes more personalized, adaptive. So that's where the role of these technologies come in.
One more thing, Nehaji, how has been your experience of integration, perhaps maybe with some private schools, government institutes? So what is that? What ails it? Is it the technology? Is it the integration? And how your software has evolved over a period of time, longitudinally? Could you just throw some light on that?
See, when it comes to integration, we've had sort of visionaries when it comes to institutions, because who are able to think ahead in their times. So they are able to pick up and prioritize how integration is going to play a major role in terms of how they deliver education in a broader picture. So that ways it has been incredible, and we also get a lot of opportunities to learn with those institutions. The feedback, the real-time feedback that we get, we take it back to our products team to make sure that we are working hand in hand. Then it is also, I'm sorry, the next part of your question was?
Next part again is about integration only. That do you find it is the financial issues or it is the administrative issues? So first thing you have already told, you have some visionary leaders who can think ahead of the times and bring in the system for the benefit of everyone. So what is next? Is it the financial or the administrative challenges for integration you find?
See, I majorly deal with government, so when it comes to government, yes, there is a long administrative chain that they have to follow. So that is still there. Financial wise as well, if the solution is able to justify the value it brings on the table. So financial, I believe, is still manageable, because if it's affordable, equitable, and is actually solving the purpose for which the institute is investing, then financial is not much of a constraint. Yes, administrative and government side becomes a challenge, and it takes a lot of time to get that.
I will be asking the next question to Dr. Abhinita. She has been a leader in medical education, and she belongs to my college. I know her work more closely. So ma'am, like now the AI is coming. Sir has already given example. Perhaps students are ahead of the faculty at this point of time?
Yes, of course, they are. They are
So-
ahead of us.
So why the faculty is not able to, get integrate? Do we need training for the faculty?
We
need
definitely
some
need training
assignments?
because many of us, 90% of us, I think, are not very much into what AI actually is. What we really take it as a replacement. We are so insecure about AI. The other thing is that when it comes to postgraduate students, they are coming up with their thesis where most of the thing is being done by ChatGPT and other AI things. So basically, instead of looking at it as a positive reinforcement to teaching, we sometimes take it in the other way. So we need to understand that AI is not there to replace us, it is there to assist us in coming at par with the students. Somehow we are looking very technologically, backward, and the students have moved much ahead. As sir was saying, most of the students are reading, they are not using textbooks. They just come to the class for the attendance because they've got other sources through which they are getting the information they want. So probably we need to bridge the gap and need to understand that we can use these AI tools to be more student friendly and to teach the subject the way we want to teach it.
So is it, one thing I feel as sir was talking about, is it, again between the faculty and the student kind of a generational gap in adaptation of the technology?
We are not ready to adapt. I'll take it on the faculty. We are not ready to adapt. What we feel is जैसे हम करते थे वो best है. This is something which is a shortcut. That is how many of the people look at AI. It's a shortcut the students have developed. They are not reading books. They will not turn out to be good clinicians, which time will only tell us the type of clinicians they turn out to be. But AI is helping them in cracking the exams. So instead of going through the entire books of 1,000 pages, 2,000 pages, now they have these summarized versions, which is helping them in passing the exams, which is their primary goal, short-term goal. So AI is helping them, and I think we need to adapt. We need to change, evolve, and learn to be at par with the students.
So again, building about that, you said that we are not ready to adapt. So are we looking for some policies from the top, or is it the institution or our own inertia that we are not able to adapt and the students are ahead of us?
It's our inertia. And we need to be more adaptive, we need to be more open, and we have to realize that this is something we can't close our eyes to. AI is there, it will stay, and it will become more and more an integral part of our life, both in college and at home, everywhere. So instead of waiting for the government to put a danda on our head that you have to do it, it's better that we'll do it ourselves so that we turn out to be better teachers, more at par with our students and the times.
So second thing you just told me, it's more exam oriented. But now the NMC mandates are, okay, get a ideal Indian medical graduate who is a clinician, who is compassionate, competent, and so and so.
7 things, yeah.
Is it, you are into medical education, I just want to see, is it, kind of really happening, those adaptations? I know plenty of work has been being done, but I would like to know whether the outcome is there or not.
See, the outcome is not what was being expected, because to get all these, the thing is that there is something known as idealism and there's something known as practical world. So if we want our students to be actually doing what we want them to do, to work during internship, then we have to make that PG entrance at par with the work. If our PG entrance is still MCQ based, it is still rote learning, then we can't expect the students to work in the hospital round the clock and then crack the exams. Unke liye, the cracking the exam is the main thing. They feel that all this we'll learn in first year of PG. So the things have to be in sync, the things have to be line in with each other. I feel what we want them to do and how the things are happening, they are somehow not in sync. If we make them in sync, things will be better.
So we think that, this exam centering system, which is heavily based on the recall, needs an overhaul.
Yes.
That we need to inculcate more of, clinical reasoning into that.
Yes, of course. We need to do that.
What is happening with, this, you call it whatever, notes, exam centric, or आखिरी में रट्टा मार लिया.
Ratta maar liya and cracking MCQs. That is what it has boiled down to. You crack the MCQs, you get a good rank, and you do whatever you want to do. Internship करो चाहे ना करो. First year में हम देख ही लेंगे क्या करना है.
तो इससे तो मैम ये हो रहा है कि सुबह सुबह यार एक जोक आया था, आई मीन हिंदी नाउ, जैसे कि आपने डॉक्टर साहब 2 इंजेक्शन लगा दिए, आधे लोगों को पता होगा. हाँ, देखिए आपको भी पता है. सो व्हाट्सएप इज सी द सोशल मीडिया, सो आई गॉट इट, यू मस्ट हैव गॉट द सेम. तो विटामिन B12 के नहीं थे तो B6 के 2 लगा दिए. Sir, AI, please, one thing we have to understand, AI is all based on what sir was saying in the start, what data you have been giving. You're giving good quality data, perhaps, and a large amounts of data, then whatever they generate perhaps may be a bit sound. But if a AI, which is perhaps new, needs larger sets of data, then it will be a biased. That also needs to be understood that everything is not sacrosanct. You perhaps need to, keep on developing your, all this data which you have been asking or putting into ChatGPT or any of the media, it is being utilized to create further larger sets and keep on developing the data which has been there, isn't it? Absolutely. Absolutely. I think, now we are thinking there are, plenty of gap exist, and every one of you agree that we need to be along with AI rather than, just opposite, perhaps a hybrid pedagogical system where their AI is also there and which is helping augmenting the faculty also and augmenting the students, both at par. So that means plenty of gaps do exist, and they have already given them a tinker. So that means we move to next section. We have already discussed so many gaps. Let's try to find out some, solutions. This adaptive AI is going to help in a dynamic way. What we have learned in all our systems has been very static. The curriculum is fixed, aapko ye padhna hai. Perhaps adaptive is going to help you, this thing you have covered, only this thing is required, or perhaps you are lacking in this, and please pay some extra attention or time to that. That is how the adaptive AI is going to work. Dr. Piyush, we just come back to you, and since you have already spoken in favor, so how these AI tools, if you can, you even give some name for the audience which have been good, because most of the time, we hear it from social media, and I just said we need some good tools also. It cannot be just like that. So which tools and what we should look for in the tools when we talk of all these things?
So the commonly used one is ChatGPT. Again, I'm reiterating, if you use the GPT to upload your content, it will give you answers as per your choice from that very content. That means it will customize, not the content, the delivery or the difficulty level. And then it becomes better than LLM. Otherwise, in GPT, you cannot get the true referencing. It just summarizes and the content is quite generic. Then secondly, LLM has already been discussed by sir. Then you have cloud AI. That's a good tool to have. Then for looking at the evidence, for example, you have a research question. You want to dig out all papers from reputed journals at the same platform. So consensus is the tool. Elicit and consensus. They will give you summarized form along with the reference, and that reference is very correct. Then for evidence, you have Glass Health. You can dig out evidences from Glass Health. Then the Emboss platform, which was used for USMLE training or coaching sort of. So now they have integrated with AI. So it becomes a clinical tool also to learn. So there are numerous. The problem is, I was looking at a platform that gives all the AI tool available for each field. So the number is huge. So what we need is depth in few of the tools, not the breadth, right? So gradually you will learn how to use them. Even we are using at a nascent stage, you can say, but we are trying to use that. Then the problem is, if suppose you have 20 videos, 50 AI summarized notes, right? Some flashcards, but that is not going to add to our retention. It remains the same. Then applicability at the bedside particularly, clinical decision making, judgment. So these things we cannot learn with all these tools. The problem is we get familiar with the content. That doesn't make us masters. So for that, we need to spend time with the teacher, or at least with the patient, who is also a teacher. So that will teach you these soft things, the communication skills. AI is not going to teach. But like I have read the book, the best is what he was talking was hybrid. If I have read the book, now I want to revise. So I need a summarized note, Second, I need some questions to provoke my mind, and based on my responses, I'll again step up the ladder. So this is how we can optimally use AIs, not entirely depending on the tools.
I think what you have just summarized, apart from having AI tools, using them wisely is also very important. And that human oversight always has to be there. I think in our older books, and there's a famous phrase which always used to be there, and it will still hold today. If a sailor has not gone up to the sea, they will not know how to sail. So same happens with us in the medical education teaching also. If a student has not gone to the patient, he cannot just sit here in the room or the hostel and just do everything with AI. They have to visit the patient. They have to establish that connect. This is the person they are going to treat. That cannot be missed anytime. So we move to Dr. Neha, and from your experience with what you have been developing, there's all tools, AI development tools, and just give us an oversight about all your tools which you have developed and how they have been helping us.
Sure. So as you know, now I have a free hand in talking about my company, so I'll just go about it. So Wolters Kluwer has a big name when it comes to medical education, research, and clinical practice. So in all these three segments, you'll find our solutions which are built from scratch as per the demand of the customer segment that we serve. In medical education, we have Lippincott Medical Education, LME portal, which deliver ebooks, foundational knowledge which is needed by the medical students. So that is one. Within research, medical research, we have a platform called Ovid, through which our journals are being served. At the same time, we also have partnerships with a lot of societies, again, because of the technology that goes into Ovid. It is discoverable, AI is built into it. So a lot of societies also partner with us to make their content available through Ovid. Coming to clinical practice side, we have solution called for CDSS, Clinical Decision Support, called UpToDate. Sir was talking about CDSS as well. So these are the tools which run on the backend content that we develop, journals. Then we have team that also cater to and keep track of all the research being published in all the medical specialities and make sure that it is fed into the system, so that at pet care, at the point of care, clinicians are able to access that information within that fraction of a second. So the list is long, but yes, I just spoke about three major category of solutions that is very apt for the audience here.
So when you approach a institute, how do you go about it? Platform or the integration, or everything is happening simultaneously? I'm just asking, when you approach this thing, how do you go about the content, platform, or integration? They're happening phased wise, or you are just doing it everything simultaneously?
See, for us, the starting point is what the customer wants, the end goal in mind. It's the delivery of education and making sure that we are preparing best doctors to serve our healthcare system. So that's the point where we start. Now, depending upon where in that journey, where the institution is, how technology is integrated into their systems already, we take it from there. If they are in the very beginning of their journey, perhaps it's the content that we'll serve first. If they already have the content, then it has to be the platform on which it gets integrated. We also take care of making sure that the platform on which it is being served is also future ready, meaning it can evolve with evolving needs of the institution. And then comes the integration. So when you have these individual elements already going on, then comes the integration, so that faculties are aware of how these personalized learnings, which are happening at individual level, can help them identify if there are any cohort-wide gaps, and then maybe make early interventions into the overall clinical decision-based pedagogy. So that's my suggestion.
So, that's all about platforms and integration. I moved to ma'am. Ma'am is already in medical education, and we have understood there is a gap. We are not adapting. So, ma'am, what are the solutions to cover all these gaps? How we can, make our teacher to adapt AI, let's call it a bit responsible. It has to be for both. Definitely there are guidelines, but I will focus more on this part, how we would like to train the teachers. I think this component I always feel it's a bit lacking. Every program always pushes for training of students.
Yes.
Please.
We try to flog the horse. The main thing is that we, first of all, the teachers have to realize that there is a need to know AI. Unless I realize that there is a need, there is a knowledge gap, I will not go for a training. Being an adult learner, that need has to be established. Now, all the faculty members have to be made aware, and that should happen at their own level. If not, then we can have some one-day workshop or something where we get people who are working in the field of AI, who are into medical education, and who can just come and tell us the advantages of AI. Then once all of us are into it, we are all primed, we should go for trainings. The training can be held at the institution level, and there are many other prospects available now. We can have trainings at IIT, there are very online sessions, there are many things are available. So depending upon the faculty, we can have at the 3 levels, either we organize regular workshops and trainings at the hospital level, at the college level, and then whosoever is more interested into it, they can go for the training at the level of IIT and other institutions. But yes, we need to realize that there is a need, and it is not some demon or some villain who's lurking in the ground. This is something to assist us in teaching and also in our own learning. We have to keep learning ourselves. So if I don't know what AI is, the students will come to me and they'll be oversmart, they'll make a fool of myself. So if I have to be at par with my students, I have to be aware of the technologies they are using. So yes, first of all, hold a workshop, make everybody aware, ignite that bulb inside every faculty that we need to know it, and then leave it open for everybody to go ahead.
I think again the system needs a reorganization or a redesign, that you start incorporating these things.
Yes.
We need workshops. I think we will call our Walter Kluivers. They will tell us, I think, what are the ideal good prompts. That is how all AI models work.
Yes.
That we need to understand.
You should know what you're supposed to ask.
Yeah, absolutely. The prompts, how to redesign the system. And so, Dr. Piyush, you want to say?
Best way is to talk to the students, they will teach you.
I think I started with the talk with this, students are way ahead of the faculty already.
You see, this conversation with students need to be continued by even in future also, because definitely, let's accept it, they are definitely more tech savvy than our generation, and the only thing we can do it to keep pace with them. In fact, when I was interacting with students, I came to know about these two, which has just come up in the last 6 months to 1 year. Then I started talking to my faculty, all the teachers, and I realized there's 1 or 2 teachers were aware of this notebook, LM and chat, and how the subjects are being learned from ChatGPT. So the idea came to my mind that yes, we should now hold workshop for all the faculty to understand that yes, some of the students are using these AI tools, and unless you become very conversant with these tools, you will not be the favorite teacher, because every teacher wants to be a favorite teacher, to be remembered as a mentor. Because we all remember, in our college, when some of the teachers we'll never forget in our life. So every teacher wants to be, one of those teachers who will be remembered throughout the life and who have contributed enough in their development as a medical, medical education and become a good doctor. So this is required. This is required to find out what the youngsters are doing, and the teachers need to now be aware and become fully conversant, which is a difficult task, I agree. There is a difference in adaptation of the technology by every age group, but probably I think there is no answer to it.
I think perhaps you are putting in adaptive, take the adaptations first from the students and then integrate into the curriculum.
Yes.
Isn't it?
They are fast ahead. They are much ahead of us.
I think you are right upon, spot on, what you are perhaps calling, we need to move from this so-called pushing the teaching to learning.
Yes.
All the curriculum is only to trust them with the knowledge. You need to redesign, reassign the system, so learning is there, that clinical support is there, decision making, logical reasoning and all these things are there, rather than just, mugging up all the literature, all the books. Remembering the pathways to make the pathways and so on.
Yes.
They have already given a tinker. I think we are very close to time. And I will put one question to all of the panel members. Since we have all agreed upon perhaps there is need to live with this AI, it has to be a hybrid system. And definitely that one need to always go to the patient to understand the patient also. So if you were to design or bring in one change in the system, what it would be? We'll start from that side and we'll come back to our patrons, and then we will have our closing remarks from our patrons. You must have, worked upon so many systems over the period of time. What do you think, still lacks? What thing needs more attention?
Growth mindset.
In the entire system. So when I'm talking of medical student, the medical student is both at a, undergraduate level and a postgraduate level. It's at both levels.
I'll say the mindset shift. If the technology is evolving so fast, we need to have that mindset to accept. Even ma'am touched upon that, a lot of times faculties resist that change. So we need to have that kind of mindset wherein we are able to accept and learn with time. So I'll say that mindset needs to be shifted from what we have today to keep it evolving.
Ma'am.
Thank you.
But I would like to add few things. Faculty is overburdened and there is shortage of faculty also. Now please give me a solution accordingly.
The solution is that I have to accept that I don't know something and I need to learn it. And in that, the faculty shortage or the amount of work I am doing is not a deterrent. If I don't know something, I'll make ways to learn it.
No, perhaps, this shortage of faculty, then AI is going to help me out, isn't it?
Yes.
We have so many
things
of
can
work.
be done by AI. If I don't
Yes.
have a human, the computer is going to do for me. But yes, human is required. I can't just leave the computer to do everything on its own. There has to be supervision. There has to be a person controlling the button. Otherwise, everything will go haywire.
So mindset change, evolving to learning, Dr. Piyush.
I'll give a different dimension. So I have seen many colleges. I went for exams. No shortage of faculty. Students full attendance. No patients.
Yes.
Lot of colleges.
Very, very important.
Even good government colleges,
Yes.
right? Here AI can also work. Then we can have virtual simulators, virtual patients, and unfolding cases. So they make your brain think. Teacher will teach you, but what you get from the patients, you will not get that. For that, we can use AI effectively.
I think, this has just happened with me. So students are asking, sir, we had seen all these cases, breast lumps and so, we are particularly interested in that case. And for the next 30 days, there was no such that case. Now here, what is missing can be teached with the help of, a virtual patient. Sir.
No, I think the difference in the rate at which students want to learn from us as a teacher, because we as a teacher, when we decide, okay, today is this particular topic, I will go and teach this particular topic. That I think needs a revision in the concept itself, because from passive learning, unless we change to active learning, what I understood in some of the foreign medical college, they have small groups and the teacher doesn't come to teach. In fact, they are given this task, okay, this particular tomorrow, this first from so-and-so to so-and-so time, we'll be discuss about, let's say, cardiac failure or any MI or whatever, any topic for appendicitis, whatever. Students learn first. Then they come to the group. It's not a class because they have smaller groups, 15, 20, 30. And they interact with each other, and teacher is just facilitating the learning. And if there are gaps in their understanding, the teacher just fills it. So that is probably a dream whether our Indian medical education can reach. Because if you turn education from passive learning to active learning, and where active learning comes in, that's where these AI tools come in. Because students will, if you tell them, okay, you got to work on this particular concept or this particular research or this particular topic, and we're going to talk about, with these AI tools, they will learn it faster, and maybe, that may be a step forward. I think is open to discussion.
Sir, we have got, plenty of things from mindset to virtual patients. Whatever you are going to say, but I would like to your opinion on the last thing. How about a policy change right from the top also?
I think the policy is guided by the regulations of National Medical Council or the Government of India, and the policy doesn't tell us about how, it just tells us that we want these many competencies, and they do not dictate that how these competencies are to be imparted. They will not say that this much time, means they do not say that do not change your style of teaching, you just stick to the transfer of information. So I don't think that the regulations restrict us from changing our teaching learning methods. The regulations are going to be there, and we want IMG, who is to be competent not only in the knowledge and skills, but also all those professionalism, ethics, conduct skills. So that is going to be there, and we must change how we are going to teach. We must change our teaching from just imparting or transferring the information to helping them find the solutions. So for that, AI is not to be shunned, it is to be embraced. And the teachers who are just transferring the information will not be liked, but teachers who will share the lived experiences, who will share their stories, and who will help students to find the solutions are going to be liked. So the way the regulations are not going to come in our way, maybe they will say that introduce one session on AI or introduce some component of AI in your maybe basic education, induction training, but that is already there. Students are already using all the AI tools. Teachers have to build their capacity and to transform their teaching so that their teaching is going to change the students' behavior, and they are helping the students to find the solutions, because information they are already getting by using all the AI tools.
Thank you, sir. I think we are right bang in time. Ma'am is here. So the take home, what we got is that adaptive AI is a new tool. We must start learning, start adapting to it, and start living with AI in the current era. I thank all my panel members, my seniors and colleagues. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to all our panelists for an engaging and forward-looking discussion. It is clear that AI's potential in medical education lies not just in content delivery, but in truly understanding and responding to each learner's space, strength, and areas of growth. But now, I would like to invite Dr. A.K. Bagga to kindly join us here on stage and help us through the felicitation. I request Professor Dr. Dheeraj Shah to kindly come forward and accept the memento. Now, I request Dr. Bagga to kindly present the memento to Major General Surendra Mohan. I request Dr. Piyush Ranjan to kindly come forward. Now, I request Dr. Binita Goswami to kindly come forward and accept the felicitation award. May I request Dr. Neha Srivastav to kindly come forward? Thank you so much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to our third panel of the day. Scientific publishing stands at a crossroads. AI is transforming how research is written, reviewed, accessed, and evaluated, while simultaneously raising urgent questions around authorship, plagiarism, open access, and the integrity of the scientific record. This session will explore how the global publishing ecosystem, including Indian journals and institutions, must navigate AI's growing role while protecting the quality and credibility of medical knowledge. To chair this session, may I invite Dr. Aarti Maurya, Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Medical Sciences, and Dr. Ram Manohar Lohia Hospital. Can we make a round of applause as we welcome Dr. Aarti Maurya? Dr. Maurya, MD, DM, is Dean and Professor of Neonatology at Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Medical Sciences and Dr. RML Hospital, New Delhi. A frontline clinician researcher, she led the first randomized trial of family-centered care in India, then steered FCC from bedside innovation to a 2018 national program and to inclusion in WHO newborn care standards. To moderate this session, I would like to call Dr. Chandrakant Laharia, Founder, Director, Foundation for People-Centric Health Systems. Can you make a round of applause? Dr. Chandrakant is a practicing physician and India's leading public policy specialist. Since year 2020, he has been listed up as top 2% global health researchers in the field of clinical medicine and pediatrics. I now invite our distinguished panelists to the stage, Dr. Sheenam Agarwal, who is a seasoned content and publishing leader with over 17 years of global experience across health, education, research, and digital innovation segments. An engineer and MBA from Purdue University, she currently serves as Associate Director at Wolters Kluwer, where she drives strategic content expansion and innovation across multidisciplinary portfolios. And now I would like to invite Dr. Albina A. Nair, PhD, scientist and executive editor, Indian Journal of Medical Research. Can we make a round of applause as we welcome Dr. Albina, who is presently serving as scientist in the Indian Council of Medical Research, New Delhi. She holds a PhD in biochemistry from All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, and postgraduate diploma in health economics, healthcare financing and policy from Public Health Foundation of India, New Delhi. With well over a decade of being associated with the Indian Journal of Medical Research, she has extensive experience in scientific publishing as well as journal management. Now please help me invite with a round of applause Dr. Raju Vaishya, who is the Senior Consultant Orthopedic Surgeon at Indraprastha Apollo Hospitals, New Delhi, and Editor-in-Chief, Apollo Medicine. With over 900 publications and an index of 58, he is recognized globally for his significant contributions to orthopedic science. And now please let me invite Professor S.V. Madhu, who is the Director Professor of the Department of Endocrinology and Center of Diabetes, Endocrinology and Metabolism at UCMS GTB Hospital in Delhi, India. He is the Editor-in-Chief of the Indian Journal of Endocrinology, Metabolism. He has previously served as the editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Diabetes in Developing Countries. And now I would like to request our chair for the session to kindly proceed with the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And I'm very proud and glad to be here. Thanks to the organizers and putting up this very important session for a panel. To our distinguished moderator and our distinguished panelists and elite audience. Okay, we all have been hearing, and I think we are here because we understand that AI is a very powerful tool. And a powerful tool like any other in the history of medicine has been like it amplifies what the user wants to do. For example, a scalpel in the hand of a surgeon can be a lifesaver, and in untrained hands, it can be a killer. So obviously, the question today we are sitting is not that AI to use or not. We have to use it. There is no way. But the question is how thoughtfully, how mindfully, and how responsibly we use it. And I think in publication, why it's important is because India, while we are proud, the numbers of papers we are churning out is huge. It's exponentially increased. But the other bothersome question is, the observation is, that the number of papers that are retracted, number of, the ecosystem that we have built of less quality is also the maximum. We are majorly contributing to it. So that's a worrisome concern. And so we should use AI to be contemporary, but with what guardrails, with what disclosures, with what accountability? That's the question. Another important thing is, I want to admit that we are standing at an intersection where two things are happening. Number one, that, yes, I just wanted to organize my thoughts. So the question is that two clocks are ticking. One, and the biggest concern is at very, very different speeds. And that is what we need to catch up. The first one is the number of papers we are publishing, the number of journals we are launching, the number of authors we are crediting. But that is exponentially increasing. But what is not doing so well is the integrity with which we are doing. That's the point I'm making. And this difference needs to be narrowed, to be bridged. And the other thing is importance of AI from evidence to policy. So obviously the evidence is increasing tremendously and it is impacting policy, and policy is impacting the healthcare practices and the health governance in the country. So if we are not able to impact the quality of it, it's going to have very deleterious consequences. So we are here talking about this. An important thing I want to just say is why AI in publishing? Why are we talking? Let's not, I'm sure most of us are first clinicians and then researchers. So if we are sitting here, the clinicians might wonder, in fact, why this hall is not half as full as the other one is. Probably because we are sitting here, we're thinking that, how does it concern a clinician? My own husband is here, he's a clinician, and he said, what will I do? I'm not interested in research and papers. So it doesn't really interest a clinician. But I'll tell you, what we do as a researcher using AI is definitely going to change our behavior and cause a mindset, and that's going to reflect in the kind of the clinical care we use the AI. For example, we are using AI to create papers, to draft papers, and to help us with that. And the same mindset will make us, use AI for clinical care. For example, we'll start using it for reading ECG, for, writing prescriptions and, reading X-rays. So how we do it so astutely and with mindfulness, that is going to, determine how we do it carefully in our clinical practice. So therefore, the two are very well linked. So I hand over to the moderator to proceed further.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maria, for a very comprehensive background and also setting the backdrop for this conversation. I'm mindful of the time, and I also want to utilize the time toward the end for audience question and answer. So we will be very crisp, to the point, and focus. That's a request to the panelists. I must say that there could not have been better eminent panel for this discussion, publishing, scientific research and publishing. We have academicians, researcher, editor-in-chief of the journals, and publisher itself in this panel. So without further ado, let me give my credential, that what brings me as a moderator here. I also am an editor-in-chief of a journal which became India's fastest DOAJ index journal within 1 year of start of the publishing. I founded 4 journals with eminent editor-in-chiefs, and they are doing fairly well. So I have first-hand experience in this area, and some of the questions are related to that aspect. But let me start with someone who edits, or who is a executive editor of one of the biggest Indian Journal of Medical Research. That's Dr. Albina Nair. Question for you is that you handle a large volume of submissions. Can and how AI help in detecting plagiarism more than earlier? How it can detect manipulated data, and how it can help in as an editor to identify the paper mill submissions? And please, let's keep the focus, responses focused to 1 minute, 30 seconds, or 2 minutes, so we can have 2 rounds. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much. And I have a declaration. First of all, I'm not an AI expert, but so is AI. So with that, I was in Hall A, and I just observed that they were talking about diagnostics and medical technology, and I think they were all AI enthusiasts, because I think that is an area where AI is good at. It's good at identifying gaps. It's good at identifying possible solutions based on the gaps, based on the information that it has been fed. So there is less bias in analyzing reports, and that's why I think leveraging AI in diagnostics is turning out to be extremely successful. And the situation is, I'm sure everybody, at least this panel would agree, is a bit different in terms of scientific publishing, because there we are trying to hasten the process of assistance to automation, or rather, autonomy very fast. So that's a very big issue. But to answer your questions here, sir, AI is great in identifying gaps, and yes, it would be a possible solution to be capable of identifying plagiarism, issues related to research integrity, but we are also living in an era where AI is inducing the true definition of plagiarism, which is beyond the semantics. We were dealing with semantic textual similarity related plagiarism, but it is also about the idea being presented. So the AI is definitely also causing plagiarism. So it is our responsibility to understand and how to leverage this tool into uplifting scientific integrity and use it to its full potential. But we do have a concern related to plagiarism and related issues at hand.
Thank you very much. I think let me add here for some of the audience here that there is no restriction that you cannot use AI in scientific publishing. Like biggest international journals say that AI can be used as long as you declare an ethical use of AI, which we need to understand. That's part one. Second part is that, of course, I'm not very sure that how AI can detect plagiarism, but there is a definitive human role of editor-in-chief or executive editors, because the moment you see a manuscript which has certain patterns like bullet points or the lines drawn, you know that this is a AI generated content. So if you are an experienced editor, before even the AI or machine learning will identify it, as an editor on the diagonal look at the way it is drafted, you can identify the paper. So with that, I'll move to the next person, and that is Dr. Raju Vaishya. Dr. Vaishya, you are a clinician, researcher, peer reviewer, and I believe editor-in-chief of one of the journals. So my question to you is that after years in clinical research and publishing, do you feel that AI is making scientific misconduct harder to detect or easier to commit?
um, of course, AI is now being used increasingly in research by the researchers, and there are, of course, advantages of using it, like especially in lower middle income countries where the accessibility for literature, for grammar, and readability was a problem. That can be solved by AI. But of course, there are possibilities of doing research misconduct, like generating data sets, generating, even full paper, which looks very convincing to start with, but they are not. The biggest flaw of AI is not being able to reproduce correct references, and it makes a lot of mistake in giving you the data in the text, and that has to be taken care of. As an editor, I can easily smell which is AI generated content, which is not, as you rightly said.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so one of the early problem which has been identified in scientific publishing is that AI sometimes create references which never exist. And that has been another one of the challenge. But of course, if you want to use it more appropriately, there are AI platforms such as Claude, which can help in doing a quick search of up to 300 references in one go, and then it's a responsibility of authors to look for those additional references, and you can use it ethically. So moving to in that direction, next question is for Professor S.B. Madhu. This is regarding Professor, that the AI is making scientific writing and manuscript generation easier, and you have edited one of the leading Indian journal. So do you think an open access publishing model is becoming more vulnerable to the predatory journals and low quality research submissions?
Thank you for the question. Actually, I think the problem is not with the open access model per se, because there are very good journals which are open access and leading journals, reputed journals. The problem is with the existing system of our, let's say, publishing architecture or ecosystem, where already there are inherent flaws for the development of predatory journals. For example, there are some publishers or some journals which are dependent on their APCs for their business model, for example. For example, there is a need for publishing more and more numbers, so the need for quick manuscript writing. In that background, AI would help, facilitate the process of predatory journal evolving, because you need quick publishing. The quick manuscript generation by AI will help you generate more and more manuscripts. As it is, the journals are overloaded. There is reviewer fatigue, for example, few reviewers to do quality reviewing, and in that context, the emergence of AI will help the predatory journals to evolve, because the ecosystem already is there for it to grow. Not as though the AI is directly, or the open access model directly is making them more vulnerable.
Thank you very much. I think you highlighted the point that the open access journal and AI is not a challenge. The challenge is that because of availability of AI, more submissions or more manuscripts are likely to be adopted. And I think that is a perfect background for the question which I'll ask Ms. Shinam Agrawal. My question to you is that since we have AI and we know the potential risk that now people are more likely to churn out additional manuscript, and that can result in predatory journals coming up, springing up. There are like there is an Indian university which has a dubious distinction of a maximum retraction in the world. So, and that challenge exists for India. So in that, what role as a publisher you see that a good publisher can play in ensuring that they are not like AI is not unethically used, or it's not resulting in a predatory journal publishing?
Thank you for that question. I think AI is already here, right? And the word responsible use of AI is something that all publishers are now very cautious about. As one of the leading publishers, I'm very proud to say that we are investing heavily in AI integrity solutions, right? There is no shying away from paper mill submissions. We are all aware of that fact. In fact, there is just more and more churn out every day. But that's why we are building a lot of capability, not in terms of tools, but also in the human management of it, right? So AI can only augment human expertise, it cannot replace it. And I think it's very pertinent to say that apart from the tools, there is a lot of invisible cost or invisible things that are attached in scientific publishing, right? There is a huge emphasis on peer review, editorial quality output, maintaining research integrity, etc., which sits at the center of it all, right, in terms of publishing. So while AI is there, and there are these, there is a very fine line which we have to essentially navigate towards to curb the rise of predatory journals. But I think the mindset, the intent, and the focus of the entire publishing, ecosystem on being very cautious about what is coming in the respective journals and how we are dealing with this is very, very important. From a Lippincott perspective, I can vouch in confidence that we do use AI systems like Clear Skies, Authenticate for AI checks, even at the STM Integrity Hub and the likes. These are just some of the tools that I've mentioned, but there are full-blown editorial teams reviewing each and every article, right? AI does help us sift through the quality of the manuscripts, the initial technical checks. It does raises alarms or flags initially, which can actually, which can actually spare capacity in terms of editors to actually focus on more labor-intensive exercises. But having said that, it is the need of the hour, and we are also navigating through it all together, right? We are also learning along the way. There are a lot of reports getting published. Last night only I read a report in Lancet which got published on fake references, which was talking about, right? But thankfully we are not in that retraction bucket, and I think that kind of speaks a lot about the value of the editorial, rigorous editorial, peer review, the oversight, as well as very tight research integrity. And I think going forward, it's not just the responsibility of the publishing house alone to kind of tighten this up, but it does require a lot of collaboration from institutions, researchers, policymakers, and even technology together, to come together to,
So my question to you is, a follow-up question here is, that what additional tool as a Lippincott, Walter Kluwer, you have given to the editors which was not there before AI was there and which is there now? Or are you thinking of something on that line?
Or our editors have a whole bunch of tools, and more are coming. It's just that editors do not have time, right? They are hard pressed on time, so that's why a lot of things on the technical check perspective are taken care of by our editorial teams itself, and we do have a lot of almost all our editorial teams are medicos in that sense, right? So that also helps institutionalize that perspective.
Okay, thank you very much. You did not answer my question that fully, but we'll take that offline. So very good. I think the first round was focused upon the challenges, risk associated with AI. Now let's look at the positive side of this thing and how AI can actually support and facilitate the scientific publishing. So my question goes to we will follow the same sequence, to Dr. Albina Nair. So with the AI-assisted reviewing, do you think that this can help in reducing the publication delay or the publication time, submission to publication time, without lowering editorial standard? Can AI be useful in that process?
Well, if we talk about process automation, reducing these steps towards peer review, absolutely. And I think that's already happening. I think Sanaka AI is already here. We heard about the AI scientist, which is already their cloud. I think 3.5 Sonnet is already being used for reducing the timelines for processing. However, again, without sounding pessimistic, the actual peer review aspect of it, again, I think I would go by, science is about trust. So peer review is about trust. And there are things such as gut feelings. Albert Einstein said that, I believe I know it, but I don't know how well I know it. I just know that it's going to work, but I don't know how. So this is how we operate, and that is what is the component of trust. So if we talk about process automation, the clear-cut answer is absolutely yes. But there is a discussion way beyond that, and that's where I think we're all here to discuss the, implications. So, I just want to say again, the difference between the diagnostic aspects and the publishing aspects. In a patient-centric atmosphere, when we're only focusing on clinical solutions for better patient outcomes, there is translation of that effort. In terms of research publications, we have to understand that publication is also a commercial commodity, and it not just has translation, but it is implicative. There are implications of the findings of that research about the methodological rigor. There needs to be some transparency and veracity, and that's why all these discussions need to happen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So, by the way, like on a lighter note, I have to say that Albert Einstein or many other famous people are often credited with a few things which they never said. But then that's a separate discussion. So, no, like, I don't know. I'm not saying. But having said that, like, let's move to, and I'm hearing that bell ringing too early, but we will be very quick. So let's go to in the sort of rapid fire mode. Dr. Baisha, question for you is that with the how AI can be responsibly used to strengthen research integrity rather than diluting it, and then any word or wisdom for young researchers on this area?
Yeah, I mean, AI is going to be there in future, and we must know how to use it intelligently and ethically. The most important thing is for researchers, it can immensely help in improving the readability and grammar, but it cannot replace the human intelligence. It should only assist human intelligence. So once you have completed a paper, for example, from the inception of questioning and then analyzing the data and writing it up, you can polish it, but you cannot generate, you cannot create a paper from AI. And if you do that, so that's not good. But if you rely on AI, another thing happening, that AI is learning actively, and you become a passive person. You lose your power of thinking, you lose a power of reasoning, and you don't know what you have written actually. You might have written something which you have never read about it. So these are the pros and cons. So AI should assist researcher, but should not replace reasonable thinking and analysis.
Thank you very much. My next question is for Dr. S.B. Madhu. Sir, you are a leading endocrinologist and diabetologist, and this is a major challenge in the country. Also, we know that there are many researchers, not researcher, clinicians, practitioners across the country who have a lot of good data, but they do not know how to convert that into a useful scientific literature or publishable paper. So do you see any role of AI ethical within the ethical bracket where the practitioners in periphery who are collecting data can use these AI tools for a wider benefit of scientific community in form of publishable papers?
Sure, I think AI is a boon in that sense for research to come from those areas. Traditionally, research is focused on institutions where you have a good ecosystem for research methodology, background statistical support, and manuscript writing complexities and so on. But and this is one of the main reasons why the practitioner, the peripheral clinics or the peripheral smaller cities or states are unable to publish because they have ideas, they have clinical observations, which sometimes is very unique, but they're unable to convert it into formal research. I think because of lack of time, because of lack of the assistance of all these which I've just mentioned, the statistical support and the research methodologies, but the AI will help convert those research ideas and observations into formal research questions. It can create it. Research, you just feed an idea and it will create a question and a hypothesis. It will tell you how to design a study. It can design a study for you. It can create the inclusion criteria for you, for example. And therefore, I think pre-AI and post-AI, the research output from these centers which you're talking about are going to be, especially if there is a motivated clinician there who wants to do research, and these are the gaps which is unable to address, the AI will facilitate all these areas, and definitely you'll see more meaningful research which is going to impact. For example, many times in the clinic, a new drug comes and the clinician observes that the responses in one individual is different from another. He observes very upfront, but he cannot formalize it into a formal research question and develop a research and prove the same. And AI will help him do that. So I think it definitely will be useful, and many of those clinicians who feel at the moment a little handicapped, I think will definitely benefit from the AI presence.
Thank you very much. I think this is very valid point that there are potential areas which can help improve scientific publishing. So I'll go to Ms. Sheenam Agrawal. What are the thinking in publishing about additional use of AI to support scientific publishing? What are the new plans which are likely to be implemented in the time ahead?
See, we are already in the process of, kind of thinking through that journey. At the moment, AI in publishing and typically in research is being used in the initial stages, right? Whether it is as a capacity multiplier to get huge volumes of submissions, also sift through them for any sort of technical flags, etc. Whether it's to match what paper will have the most appropriate reviewers to get invited, and whether it's about summarization of that content as well, right? Which is now feeding evidence base, which is also going into the clinical decision support systems at the entry level. But overall, we are seeing AI kind of infiltrate into the entire medical journey per se, right? And it's not just medicine, it's the entire industry. It's engineering, you name the segment and it's all there. It's just a matter of time, and I think in one of the earlier sessions also, it's about we have to learn to live with it, right? And we have to understand, we have to equip ourselves as how do we make AI work for us and not the other way, essentially, right? So it's going to be a thin line to navigate, but to your answer, we don't have a specific end point or an outcome in mind at the moment, right? We are also going along with the flow. At the moment, what are the current needs? What is the outcome that is expected out of a clinician, out of a hospital, out of a research institute, out of any particular agency or entity that we are serving? That's how we are kind of navigating through it, right? And being responsible about the use and disclosing it everywhere where we go, right? So that's
Okay, thank you very much. Now floor is open for maybe 2 or 3 questions. Any raise of hand? While people are just reflecting about if they have any question, like we heard a few points that AI has potential risk in scientific publishing, but it definitely has a more number of potential benefits where it can be utilized for improved scientific writing, how researcher in the periphery or a smaller facility clinician can utilize AI for generating research hypothesis and collaboration. So there are definitely certain advantages. I give you one more opportunity to ask question if there is anyone who is interested. Otherwise, I'll. Okay, so yes, but 30 seconds to 45 seconds, and there is one more hand up there. That's all. 2 questions we will take, and then I'll hand over to Dr. Aarti Maria for summarization, and then we conclude. Can please pass it.
Thank you so much to the such enlightened, brightening panel that we have. Myself, I'm Dr. Akshay Bhargav, and we come and represent Santosh University. My basic thing is, what I want to tell over here is, can we do anything today? Anything. It's a very open challenge without AI. Can you do anything without AI? Whether it is go to Ease My Trip and book a ticket, or whether it is even...
you have 30 seconds to
yes, sir,
make
over.
a point.
So my request is that AI is everywhere there. It is only to augment, like Dr. Maria said. It is only to amplify, like Dr. Nair said. And yes, how we use the tool, like she said, it's a scalpel. I feel AI is just something that amplifies our intelligence, and that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. There is one hand there, and then Dr. Deepika Sarab in the end, and then Dr. Deepika. But you have 30 seconds. Please come to the point directly, and then stop.
Okay. Myself, Dr. Sonam Sharma. I am Associate Professor in the Department of Pathology at VMMC and Safdarjung Hospital, New Delhi. Myself, I am an assistant editor in one of the Indian Journal of Pathology and Microbiology, that is MEDNO. It is associated with MEDNO. Wolters Kluwer's. I think as an editor also, and I write a lot in the scientific literature, but I have a doubt actually. I support really, I was feeling so happy in the audience that I could listen to Sir, because I think so he is the one actually out of so many people I've heard in the conference who said no, human brain is required for writing. Otherwise, every damn conference I've been, they're always like, okay, nahi, AI. If there are 10 cases they collect and they make it into 100 and publishing a paper. This is happening everywhere. So is there any tool for that? I just wanted to ask, because this is very discriminating actually. I do a research in 6 months and then publish a paper, and somebody does it like in a month. So is there something, and do somebody can reject a paper based on that if you're feeling that the data is fake or something like that?
Thank you very much. I think this, you made the point, very good point, and we will respond to it. And Dr. Deepika Saraf next.
Thank you, Dr. Chandrakant. Listening to the panel and being here, which is hosted by Medical Dialogues, I'm so excited, and it is such an exciting time. I would like to say, Dr. Prem Agarwal, thank you so much for bringing this whole platform up. I've served at ICMR for a very long time. Albina knows me, and after that, I am practicing in the private sector. Now, in the private sector, the clinicians are simply not excited about research. And I find it so difficult, and Dr. Chandrakant has a similar background. He was at WHO, he's in the private sector. We really struggle to see that spark, that curiosity, that thing in clinicians. Sir, Dr. Prem Agarwal, sir, I want you to really bring in all of us to this research through AI. Because clinicians have, the only problem is the gap, 6 months, 1 month, they're extremely busy. Yes, I understand. And AI can really help in bridging this gap. And so what can we do about it? We need to do something about that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Deepika. So I think one of the parameter I keep for such kind of panel discussion success is that it generate ideas and some interest in the audience, and also ask them to raise questions. So I think we have succeeded largely in bringing that issue or raising those challenges. I would request Dr.
Yeah, I just want to make one point, that we should use AI with a thought to prevent plagiarism. I think that's a common issue in publications, especially by the doctors and medical professionals. So we should use AI. I think it will be an integral part of it, but preventing all misuse of it.
Thank you very much. So then I'll hand over to Dr. Raju Baisya for responding to that question, and after that Dr. Aarti Maria will conclude this session and we will finish. Thank you very much.
Regarding your question on data fabrication, and that's a major misconduct, research misconduct, and should not happen. Unfortunately, at the moment, there are no such tools known to me which can detect. But of course, human morality is more important than the use of AI in that. But if we make, all publishers and journals make this as a routine practice, for data availability is mandatory for all the authors, then even if an author is able to publish a fabricated data, and if it is caught after 1 or 2 years, it will be rejected, and then he will be actually penalized for that. So if such things happen, and a few authors or institutions are caught in that, then everybody will be quite alert.
There are AI tools evolving which can, just two minor things, which can detect any statistical anomalies in a particular manuscript, which can point towards fabrication. There are also AI tools coming up to which are called image forensics. So you can manufacture images, AI generated images. So it can, the forensic evaluation through AI again can help you say that this was all a fabricated image and actually is not a true image. So there are things which are coming up, and I think the future, in the future it will be a constant tussle between those who fabricate and those who are trying to detect the fabrication.
Just to add a point related to the plagiarism, the issue is that we don't receive articles with plagiarism anymore, and even more so that we don't even have declarations of plagiarism use, even if it was for reducing similarity in text. So now the issue is AI plagiarism. If you go type it in AI, AI will tell you that, if you submit an AI-generated manuscript or use AI-generated content to a publication, then that is also plagiarism because your AI generated the content. So this whole landscape has evolved, and you do have AI detectors. They can tell you the extent of AI use, including what part was humanized. So there is a huge controversy and conversation in the field about why, we are blatant. So this clearly talks about a framework which is lacking. There is no communication between the creators, ethicists, and publishers and editors. So we need a strong framework. That's what we need.
And I think just to add to it, because your journal is published under Medno, from a Wolters Kluwer perspective, we have inducted a tool called Clear Skies, right? So just like Dr. Albina mentioned, it kind of gives a synthesis of whatever is AI generated, what is humanized, where the data flaws are kind of coming in if it is not synergized. So we've started piloting it across the journals, and I think it'll be cascaded to the Medno journals as well. So just hang in there. It's just a matter of time. So it's coming.
Thank you. That was a very interesting and a thought-provoking and very enlightening discussions. Thanks to the panelists and the moderator for doing a great job. Okay, so I'll just summarize with the key messages that I would like to give. So one is that transparency is non-negotiable. Absolutely. So it's good to be honest and say that yes, we have used AI, but we should know the limits, what we can and cannot do, what is permissible and what's not. Secondly, what is thoughtful adoption? We've been talking about thoughtful or a responsible use of AI. So thoughtful adoption in practice, it is not meaning that we are refusing to use AI. It doesn't mean we are surrendering to AI. But it really means that we are actually using an informed, transparent, accountable use by humans only of a tool. Use it as a tool, not as a primary thinker or a primary researcher. And in the science of the human, for the humans, for the benefit of humans, and for the knowledge of humans. So if we embody this spirit really, we can make India be the leader of AI. Because the rules exist, the game rules actually exist. What really is lacking is that, how we can make a layer of detection, layer of execution in a responsible way. And we need to create a framework, actually. And that is where the role of NMC, ICMR, and NBE comes in, and even the ministry, actually. So we need to create a literacy platform for detection and also for AI literacy. And I think even NMC, I see Dr. Abhijit Shah here. So I think, So we need to also understand that even the Indian medical graduate, the student who graduates, he must be a AI literate person. And this will also teach him to be a good clinician and a researcher if he uses AI in a responsible way, and therefore that should become a competency, essential foundational competency in the for the IMG, not just like pharmacology or any other subject is. So I just suggest that must be done. And accountability, second message, so transparency, accountability, and third is that India must lead and not just follow. And with that, we will be working towards being one of the big architects of how the world does it well. We can really show it. So I would end it on that and saying that also, if there are no guidelines, we actually can, the misuse thrives where there are no guidelines. So therefore, importance is that we must have clear guidelines and invest in AI literacy infrastructure that detects all these negative things that we are talking about. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your active participation, panelists, chair.
Thank you so much. A heartfelt thanks to all our esteemed panel members for sharing such valuable insights with all of us. To appreciate and acknowledge their valuable contributions, we would now like to proceed with the felicitation ceremony. So we have Dr. Prem with us to help us through the felicitation. May I request Dr. Maria to kindly come forward and accept the felicitation award. And now I request Dr. Chandrakant Laharia to kindly come forward. I request Dr. Shinam Agarwal to kindly come forward. I request Dr. Albina Nair to kindly come forward. I request Dr. Raju Vaishya to kindly come forward. Dr. S.V. Madhur. We have, can we make a round of applause for the entire panel for such a wonderful session? And now I request the entire panel to kindly come forward for a group photograph, along with Dr. Prem. Thank you so much once again. So maybe on the table. Ladies and gentlemen, as healthcare rapidly evolves in the era of artificial intelligence and digital transformation, the future of medical education must evolve alongside it. The integration of AI, digital tools, competency-based learning, and EdCom principles is no longer just an academic discussion. It is becoming essential to preparing future-ready doctors for a technology-enabled healthcare ecosystem. To deliver this session on medical education in India, integrating AI, digital tools, competency-based training, and AETCom, we are honored to welcome Dr. Abhijat Sheth. Who is the chairperson of the National Medical Commission, NMC, and president of the National Board of Examinations in Medical Sciences. A renowned cardiothoracic surgeon with over 2 decades of experience in India and the UK, he holds an FRCS from the Royal College of Surgeons of Glasgow. He has published more than 20 peer-reviewed publications in prestigious journals, example, Annals of Thoracic Surgery, 40 abstract presentations and 40 conference presentations at the British Thoracic Society, World Congress of Bronchology, European Respiratory Society, and American Thoracic Society. Can we make a round of applause once again? Come on.
Well, this biodata which she spoke is not the representative of Dr. Abhijat Sheth. In fact, Abhijat Sheth is a vision, is a thought, and is a center for convergence of this movement, where he has tried to involve National Board of Examination, National Medical Commission, Dental Council, ICMR, the Ministry of Information Technology, together in the vision of making every doctor capable of understanding and utilizing and involving, integrating AI in healthcare. So involving healthcare and AI is not involving a tool. It is empowering a medical man to use the tool. Somebody said artificial intelligence. The tools are not intelligent. It is a person who is using the tool is important. So AI, if it is not directed, regulated, and being guided into healthcare, we are going to lose the opportunity which we have got across the world to lead them into the ideal healthcare where our Prime Minister is emphasizing. Similar thing happened with a opportunity like we saw that medical tourism. We became a leader, a opportunity was lost because of unregulated uses of it went to TOTS. TOTS start using it, marketing, and the opportunities were lost. Today, the use of AI, if it is not regulated, if it is not directed, it will also go haywire. Marketers will use it like a marketing tool, and tomorrow it will be again utilized and create more inequality and divide rather than a support. So the person who is responsible for bringing it actually integrating is Dr. Bijaj Seth. So that the biodata which was read was only half of it. So he has got his vision, and among the audience, I've got more distinguished people sitting with me. Dr. Sangeeta Pati, she is the additional director of ICMR, controlling all the medical research in the country. Dr. Sunita Verma, she is a representative from Ministry of IT, representing AI mission. India AI mission is the vision of the government where crores of rupees has been put in, which has been to be utilized by the healthcare people, by the ICMR, by the NMC, by the NBE, so that that particular vision which government has got can be taken up. So I call upon Dr. Bijaj Seth, and at this moment I request Dr. Pati to kindly come and sit here with him so that we can listen more carefully how we can involve and evolve and amalgamate the whole AI into healthcare. Please give me that. Sir.
Namaste and very good afternoon to all honorable guests, distinguished dignitaries, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I extend my gratitude to Dr. Prem Agrawal for having this interaction, very meaningful interaction. And I am certainly pleased to see that so many faculties came today to take an active participation and active debate on this very important need of the hour's issue. First of all, I'll tell my simple principle of working that certainly I can guarantee you it's not taught to me by AI. I always say 2-3 things I believe. The one is never use cannon to shoot the sparrow. The second principle is when you shoot, don't fire in the air. You target it, understand it, and do it with the precision. And third, I always believe, don't go behind the people. Go behind the processes. That will improve the system. And this is the principle I have implemented in the regulatory, I'm going to implement in regulatory system. And this is exactly, I feel that although it works little slow, but it works well. So it's a privilege to be here at Health AI Con 2026 at a time when healthcare in our country is undergoing a very significant transition. I'll go point by point. The first point is India at defining moment. We are at point where medicine and technology are converging in a way we have not seen before. Artificial intelligence is not simply another innovation. It is beginning to influence how we diagnose, how we treat, how we manage systems, and increasingly how decisions are made. This makes fundamentally different from earlier transitions. And always the efficacy is measured by the outcomes that we are very well aware. The responsibility before us is for a country like India, the moment carries both opportunities and responsibility. We are not just adopting AI. We are doing so at scale across a diverse and complex healthcare system. This means we must deliberate. We must ensure that AI in healthcare evolves in a manner that is ethical, that is safe, that is equitable, and aligned with the clinical realities. For effective academics, I believe in three principles. The first principle is criticism. If you are not ready to accept criticism, you cannot be an effective academician. The second principle of academia, effective academia, is a debate. Without having a meaningful debate, you cannot evolve the academics. And third important principle, which I always feel, is the readiness to change. Readiness to change with the time. And all these three principles today applies to the evolution of AI in the healthcare on a larger extent. The central role of medical education. As chairman of the NMC, my primary concern is a medical education, because ultimately the future of healthcare will depend on how we prepare our doctors for tomorrow. If we continue to train doctors only within the traditional framework, we risk creating a gap between what is taught and what is practiced. And AI is already a part of clinical environment now. Our education system must accept and reflect it, that reality. And certainly that gives us more responsibility to work on regulatory issues related to AI. The evolving role of the doctor. The role of doctor is evolving. Earlier, the doctor was a sole source of decision making. Today, doctor is increasingly supported by data, by systems, and by AI-driven insights. How one thing remains unchanged: responsibility, rest with the doctor. There was a many discussion with some of the international experts. They used to claim that we will build up empathy in AI system in future. I said, when you build up, you please come to us. We will definitely look into it. At the moment, it's very simple that doctors are the primary drivers to deliver the healthcare. AI can assist, it can enhance, it can support, but it doesn't replace accountability. We have seen the paradigm shift in the medicine, the way we practicing. Like in our time when we learned medicine, it was completely on physical evaluation. After that, if you have seen the medicine which we are practicing today is digital, totally image dependent and lab dependent, investigation dependent. Now, with this AI in clinical research, which we are only debating today, but I know one of the few of the world leaders who are doing a huge scale trials on genome with the AI, and eventually within 2 decades we will completely change the way the medicine which we are practicing, and precision and personalized medicine is the way forward. Even it will be coming to country like us, and it will be coming to the farthest area of the country. That I can assure you, that within couple of decades, the medicine which we have. So that is the reason it's important that we need to change. A simple but important vision is it bring me a very simple vision that every doctor in India should be empowered and understand the use of AI responsibly. This is not about turning doctor into technologist. It is about ensuring that every doctor understands what AI can and can't. It is able to interpret AI output critically, uses AI safely in the clinical practice, maintain independent clinical judgment, integration into medical training. To achieve this, AI must be integrated into medical education, not as an isolated subject, but as a part of learning process. This includes undergraduate education, postgraduate training, continuous medical education, and importantly, AI must be linked with clinical decision making, ethics and communication, and most important, which I believe that the allopathy medicine has given us a principle, is evidence-based medicine. Whatever we are practicing has to build up a strong evidence before we practice the medicine. And that is very, very important. Preparing institution and faculty, we must also recognize that integration is not only about students, it is equally about institutions and faculty. If teachers are not equipped, students cannot be prepared. Therefore, capacity building must include faculty development, institutional readiness, and digital infrastructure. The need for regulation, another important aspect is regulation. AI in healthcare cannot evolve in an unstructured manner. It will be disaster. Without standard and oversight, there is a risk of variability, bias, and patient safety concerns. Regulation should not be seen as a barrier. It is a necessary framework to ensure that innovation remains safe and reliable. We were running this AI program with the National Board of Examination, and one of the eminent speakers very frankly expressed his opinion that he made some decision based on AI, and eventually he also got the second opinion, which was not by AI, by the human being, the team approach. And eventually, what the histopathological diagnosis and some advanced histopathological diagnosis came, that actually gone against the AI. So that is the reason that we should not be following it blindly. That is very, very important. I mean, it was a good good disclosure by the speaker, and that itself says that how meaningful exercise this is and how we built up carefully and meticulously into our system for the purpose of effectiveness. National approach, India requires coordinated approach to AI in the healthcare. This includes defining standards, establishing validation processes, creating ethical guidelines, and ensuring accountability. The effort must involve multiple stakeholders, regulators, educators, clinicians, technology developers, and researchers. Convergence of leadership. What is encouraging today is presence of leadership from across the domain. We have representation from Indian Council of Medical Research, Dental Council of India, policy and digital governance bodies, clinical and academic institution, and this kind of convergence is essential because no single institution can address this transformation alone. From vision to action, National AI Doctors Mission. To translate this vision into action, we need structured initiatives. One such step is National AI Doctor Mission, NAIDM. The idea is straightforward: to ensure that no doctors in India is left behind in the adoption of AI. Though this mission, we can work towards structured learning pathways, standardizing training modules, national capacity building, and responsible and ethical use of AI. I think it's very well said by some speaker that we want to create AI-enabled doctors who are better than non-AI-enabled doctors. But doctors will stay at the primary decision maker at the end of the day. India's opportunity. India has a unique opportunity. Given our scale and diversity, we can develop a model for AI in healthcare that is both practical and globally relevant. We can demonstrate that technology can be integrated in a way that is patient-centric, clinically grounded, and ethically responsible. Preserving the core of medicine. While we move forward with the technology, we must not lose sight of the core of medicine. Medicine is not about data. It is about judgment, compassion, and trust. AI should strengthen these values. We must not weaken them. Final thought, let me conclude with simple thought. Question is not whether AI will become a part of the healthcare, because it's already there. The real question is how well we prepared ourselves to use it effectively for the purpose. If we prepare well, AI will enhance the healthcare from all the domains of administrative capabilities, domain of operational excellence, domain of clinical outcomes, and everything. If we do not, it may create the gap which we have discussed between the knowledge and practice. And my final thought about this is a moment for thoughtful action, a moment of alignment, and moment for leadership. I am confident that with collective efforts, India can lead this transformation, responsibility, and effectively. And certainly, we are lucky to have advantage of both within the country, the best of the intellectual, which are the healthcare professionals, doctors, and at the same time, the greatest of the IQ who can generate the AI system, the IT professionals. So we are lucky that we have a combination of two, and it's only the leadership he understand the strength, and they have to take it the next step forward. And I must congratulate and compliment Dr. Prem Agrawal, who came forward enthusiastically and positively. And I must ensure that the regulatory agencies, wherever there is a positive act, we will participate sensibly into it. With this thought, thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you so much.
Must agree to me that this is one of the most visionary talk which a health regulator of the country is guiding you and us, that how we can going to incorporate AI into everybody's life. Healthcare is a very special branch, because in this, the technical tool has to be coupled with human touch. And without a human touch, this particular technical tool can become a very disaster. So that human touch has to be given by doctor. So doctor has to lead the change, the transformation. That is what Dr. Vijay Sheth's vision is, which we are propagating. And for that, we have to make some digital standards. We have to make standards for every curriculum of a student, for every teacher to emphasize, for every institution to follow, for every research to follow, so that there is no plagiarism, which a lot of people are talking. There is no duplication, a lot of people are talking. There is no ambiguity, and the research is going forward rather than goal. That is not right. So we're doing the same research that we are researching the same. Not right. We do research ahead. So this is with this vision, I thank Dr. Vishal Sheth enormously, and his presence here is a great point. And in the evening, his vision, that is National AI Doctor Mission, that will be launched today by his own hand. And I'm sure that this particular activity will go a long way, because this is a part of the India AI mission, the thought of Prime Minister himself, the thought of the country itself, that we can lead the whole world for giving an example for healthcare delivery, healthcare education, and healthcare research, which is going to happen. Thank you very, very much, sir. So I request. So I thank you all. Lunch? Yeah. Question, come. Question. You can't question, Doctor. Say. You can't question. You can give a comment. This. I think that issue can be discussed at lunch, because lunch, everybody is waiting for lunch, and I request.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abhijat Sheth, for sharing such valuable insights with all of us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break for lunch. So lunch is designated just outside this hall and towards the Viceroy Hall. And we'll see you back by 2 p.m. and we'll resume with our next panel of the day. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us today, and we'll see you right again by 2 p.m. Thank you so much. Have a great lunch. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, this is your host, Dr. Azra Khan, and it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you back to the Medical Dialogues Health AI Con 2026. Well, we hope that you all had a delightful lunch, but now we have the privilege of hearing a special lecture that takes us into one of the most important and often underexplored aspects of AI in healthcare, the ethical dimensions. It is my honor to show you a recorded lecture from AI in Ethics, Consent and Accountability in Medical Education and Research by Professor Russell D'Souza.
A very good afternoon to all our delegates and colleagues there in attending the Health AICON 2026 and the Phoenix Health Innovation Awards. I'm Professor Dr. Russell D'Souza from Melbourne, Australia. I head the Department of Education of the International Chair and the UNESCO Chair in Bioethics. And I'm indeed delighted to join you today in this very important conference, but more importantly because we're talking of something that has become the buzzword. But importantly, I'm bringing in another aspect to this, and that is about the ethical aspects that come into artificial intelligence in healthcare. So, I'm making this recording because I'm told that there's some issues that might happen with the connectivity and so forth with the link. So I make this recording for you and look forward to learning from you on what you learn, what I've spoken today. So let's start with the artificial intelligence in healthcare, and we're going to look at some of the ethical aspects there. Now, what is artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence is the branch of computer science that focuses on creating systems capable of performing tasks that typically require human intelligence. Now, these tasks indeed include learning from experience, understanding natural language, recognizing patterns, solving problems, and making decisions. We know that artificial intelligence, there are a number of types of artificial intelligence. And let's recap on what we have at the moment, what we know at the moment. First is artificial superintelligence. This refers to artificial intelligence that surpasses human intelligence in all aspects, including creativity, including interdependently functioning and independently decision making. The second type is artificial general intelligence. This is also referred to or called strong artificial intelligence. It has the ability to understand, learn, and apply intelligence across a wide range of tasks, very similar to human cognitive abilities. And then we have the artificial narrow intelligence, also called weak artificial intelligence. And this is designed to perform specific tasks efficiently, but overall lacks general cognitive abilities. I bring your attention to the fact that all forms of artificial intelligence currently in use, only the artificial narrow intelligence type is in use. The other two, the superhuman and the artificial, the human, AGI and ASI are only theoretical concepts at this moment in time. Now let's look at the AI universe. As you will see here, we start off with AI covering a number of areas, including cognitive computing, speech recognition, planning and scheduling, natural language processing, computer vision, and so forth. And then you go on to what we know as machine learning. Now, what's machine learning? That has a number of aspects here, including feature engineering, ensemble learning, support decision trees, and then, of course, unsupervised learning, semi-supervised learning, and reinforced learning, classification, and regression, and so forth. And then, of course, we come to what we call the neural networks. Neural networks, again, is another area in artificial intelligence that looks at perception, multi-layer perception, back propagation, activation functions, and so forth. And then we move on to deep learning. Deep learning aspect covers another area, and a number of other areas, including the deep neural networks, what we call DNN. And then we have and that's involved with the transfer of knowledge, and of course the deep relief nerve, and so forth. And finally, we come to the generative AI, which I'm sure all of you are talking about, are aware of. Generative AI, which is about language modeling, transfer learning, transformer architecture, and self-attention, and those areas which we call generative AI. When we take the whole lot of these 5 domains, they all form what we call the AI universe. Now, having said this, we want to look at where the major areas where we know artificial intelligence will have its greatest impact in healthcare. Certainly, diagnosis and treatment, patient care and management, operational efficiency, certainly has a role in research and development, training and teaching, and of course challenges and considerations. Now, having talked about artificial intelligence, what it is, the universe of artificial intelligence and all the 3 types, we now want to look at the ethical frameworks and decision making in artificial intelligence. This will give you why do we need a guiding framework? And if we looked at the past, what is ethical was what God tells us is right. Present, we'll talk about what is ethical is a rational deliberation of facts, values, theories to make a decision. And I think satirically, the future, what is ethical might be what the algorithm calculates is right. So, we see that we have a framework. We have to adhere to a framework. And the framework has 3 components, being the ethical component, an ethical framework, then we have a legal framework, and a regulatory framework. So let's look at the ethical principles that apply to artificial intelligence. We will look at 6 important aspects, 6 important principles that it transcends. One is transparency, accountability, the place of bias and fairness, Privacy and confidentiality, another important principle, and this is also going to be important, is informed consent, and not forgetting the place of beneficence and non-beneficence. So these six together are the six will be the ethical principles that we think we will have to traverse when artificial intelligence is using artificial intelligence. Now let's look at the other framework, is the legal framework. We know that there are legal principles under which the framework comes. So what are they? Here we have 5 domains that we need to consider. One is the data protection laws, medical device regulation, liability laws, intellectual property law, and ultimately also contractual obligations. Now these 5 domains cover the legal principles or the application of the legal principles into artificial intelligence. And then we have the regulatory principles, and this is an important framework. So we have 5 areas that we need to consider under the regulatory principles, and that is the regulatory approval process itself. Second, the standards and guidelines that we have, given that this is rather new. Clinical trials and validation. The other is monitoring and post-market surveillance, and the ethical review board and the board's role. So this is the regulatory principle. Now let's look at the framework that we've developed to look at the ethical aspects. As we call it, the SHIFT framework. Why SHIFT? It's a synonym of the alphabets that form these 5 areas that fit in with what we call the SHIFT framework. So this is, the first one is sustainable artificial intelligence. Looking at the sustainability. The second is human-centric artificial intelligence, or what we also call human in the loop. So this is an important aspect of this framework, or the ethical framework. Then there's an inclusive artificial intelligence. There's fair artificial intelligence. And of course, the important transparent artificial intelligence. So you see, we have 5 areas that 5 areas that we look at that bring in what's called the framework, SHIFT framework, and SHIFT relates to those 5 areas that SHIFT stand for. So there we go through the frame. So when we talk about getting this, the whole process, we have to remember there are several steps involved in implementing artificial intelligence ethically, legally, and from a regulatory purpose of process. So we start with the conceptualization, and then from the conceptualization, the task moves on to a development. As we develop, we also have to continuously validate. So that's called the validation process. Then, having validated, we move on to the next process, being the deployment. And following the deployment, we also maintain and monitor the monitoring and ultimately evaluation. But after evaluation, we always need a feedback. And having got the feedback and evaluation, we then look at ongoing education, and that will include training and advocacy. So these are the steps involved in implementing artificial intelligence. I'm sure all of you will be um, planning to implement it in your relative hospitals or schools, colleges, or whatsoever. So these steps, or what we call the 9 steps, might be useful to follow. So we have that. And I'm going to end this presentation with a quote here that artificial intelligence will not replace you, but people using artificial intelligence will. And that tells you the need for you to use artificial intelligence. So, thank you very much for your time and for your attention. I do hope that I have been able to bring in some information and bring you towards understanding the ethical implications and how do we work around that so that we have an ethical artificial intelligence. Here are the references that I have used and referred to in this talk, and I'll be happy to discuss further with you, to collaborate with you, and so forth. So please feel free to get to connect with me with your
Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to our next session for the day. AI is fundamentally transforming clinical research from the early stages of drug discovery and target identification to the complex world of real-world evidence generation, clinical trial design, and post-market surveillance. This session, titled AI in Clinical Research from Drug Discovery to Real-World Evidence, will explore how AI is being applied across the clinical research continuum in India and what it means for the speed, accuracy, equity, and accountability of medical evidence. To chair this session, may I invite two eminent dignitaries to chair the session. Dr. Sangamitra Pati, Additional Director General, Indian Council of Medical Research. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. I would like to give a quick introduction. Professor Dr. Pati is a renowned public health leader, physician, scientist, and academician currently serving as Additional Director General at the Indian Council of Medical Research, Government of India, and Director in Scientist G at ICMR RMRC, Bhubaneswar. Widely recognized for her pioneering work in public health pandemic preparedness, One Health and infectious diseases, she has authored nearly 400 research publications and has been featured among Stanford University's world's top 2% scientists. And now I would like to invite our next chair, Dr. Ashok Bagga, who's a former Deputy Director General of the Indian Council of Medical Research and Technical Coordinator of Virology Network of Department of Health Research, Government of India. He possessed over 40 years of clinical research experiences in pathology and tumor biology, clinical drug trials, malaria research, and various aspects of leprosy, significantly advancing public health initiatives in India. His expertise spans various areas including ELISA, cell biology, and molecular biology. And now I would like to invite the moderator for this session, Dr. Sangeeta Sharma, Professor, Neuropsychopharmacology, Institute of Human Behavior and Allied Sciences, who's a renowned clinical pharmacologist with over 33 years of experience in rational medicine use, antimicrobial stewardship, and health system research. Currently serving at IHBAS Delhi, she has pioneered India's first neuropsychopharmacology unit and has authored over 77 peer-reviewed articles, 38 chapters, and 20 plus books. Please give her a huge round of applause. And now let us invite our distinguished panelist to the stage, Dr. S.T. Sinha, Senior Vice President, Medical Hetero Healthcare. As a seasoned pharmaceutical physician with over 25 years in the industry, including nearly 15 years at Hetero, Dr. Sinha currently serves as Senior Vice President and Head of Clinical Development and Medical Affairs at one of the world's foremost producers of APIs, generics, and biosimilars. And now I would like to invite Dr. Nidhi Agarwal, M.Pharma, PhD, MAMS H Departments of Translational and Clinical Research School of Chemical and Life Sciences, Jamia Hamdard. She has over 20 years of experience for teaching medical, pharmacy, and clinical research students, and her research expertise spans in neuropharmacology, exploring repurposed or indigenous drugs for the treatment of epilepsy and autism, along with neuroinflammatory pathways. And now let us invite Dr. Shoaib Mukherjee, MD, DM, Director Medical Research, Medanta Hospitals. Dr. Mukherjee has postgraduate qualifications in medicine and pharmacology with over 30 years of experience in drug development and pharmaceutical medicine. He has headed medical and research departments in Pfizer India, Ranbaxy Laboratories, GVK Biosciences, and Quintiles Asia. He's the founder and was first president of Indian Society for Clinical Research. He has been guest faculty for training and doctoral programs at leading medical institutions in India and is a member of research advisory boards and technical committees of various private and public sector organizations and institutions. And now I would like to invite Dr. Neetu Sinha. Not coming? All right, now we can start the session. I would request the chair to please lead the session for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome all the panelists here and the chairperson, distinguished chairpersons we have here on dais with us. We have 30 minutes time. I'm the timekeeper as well. So we have 30 minutes time and 5 speakers, and I will have 2 rounds of questions. So 2 rounds of questions. So I think I'll request all of you to be brief and very, specific about this because we need to catch up on time also. Without wasting much of time, let me begin. आपसे start कर ले? She will.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I think I should thank first of all Medical Dialogues and especially Dr. Prem Agarwal and Madam Meghna for giving us an opportunity to discuss a very vibrant issue. I am Dr. Akshok Bagga. I have done 40 years of research, medical research under ICMR. So I started as a young boy in 1983 when we used to do research in a very different manner. I mean, the youngsters even can't maybe imagine. We used to study the research proposals, the research questions we used to investigate, start the protocol ourselves and see various journals, and NML was like a Gita for us. We used to come to National Medical Library and research the topics, relevant researches, and the only source of extra information was the references and cross references, and we used to spend days in the library. So those were the days when we started medical research. And medical doctors usually they used to think, what is medical research? Yaar, kya research mein kya hota hai? Like that. So from that stage now onwards, the technology and advancement in medical research has come a big way. And we are lucky to have Additional Director General of ICMR with us to say a few words. So I'll put the context going and let's see what comes out of this very hectic schedule where we have all the types of clinicians and investigators, pharmaceutical people, and a variety of medical personnel which are involved in using AI in medical health and for the welfare of the country and countrymen. I'll just hand over for a minute to Dr. Sanghimitra Patiji.
Thank you, Bhagat sir. Once again, I am thankful to Prem Agarwal sir for giving this opportunity and the team here. As you can see, the panelists are not only multidisciplinary but bring in diverse areas of experience and expertise and illuminate the whole audience on how AI can act as an enabler or catalyst when it comes to especially clinical research. So gone are those days when India was looking at trials done in Western countries and derive our therapeutics from them. Now within ICMR and many institutions, we are driving the whole ecosystem for clinical trials and clinical research. Towards this, we have set up this intent, that is India Clinical Trials Network, which has got phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 sites ready, because COVID-19 pandemic was a watershed for all of us. It also taught us that we must be ready so that any trials that can be done efficiently and with a in a fast track mode. And at the same time, we also have this clinical trial registry of India, wherein every clinical trial that goes to be implemented must be registered before in the CTRI. So having said that, I won't take much time, so I welcome all the panelists, and moderator ma'am is there, so we will, without taking much time ma'am, we should now we can start with the question and answer. And especially for me, I am curious to know how AI can act as an enabler, or how do you think AI can catalyze or escalate the time period for clinical research, at the same time without compromising its accuracy.
Both of you, to set the scene and expectations, what do we expect from the panel here? Now I'll have first question to Dr. Sinha, having a lot of experience. In the first round, actually, we will try to find out where the gaps are, and then where and how these gaps have been filled by AI, and what is the future, implications. So first, let's understand where the gaps are, in clinical research in India. I think you have a mic over there. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am, Dr. Sangeeta. Thank you, Medical Dialogues. It's surreal sitting here with such seniors and one of my gurus, Dr. Shwebal Mukherjee, who used to be our hero when we were doing MDs. This is 30 years back. Another, very important, Dr. Suresh Atili, who's sitting there very quietly. He's developed a lot of. He's an oncologist, but does a lot of AI work and clinical research. So anyway, I think he's supposed to be here. I'm supposed to listen to him. Now coming back to your question, ma'am, I think in clinical research, when we started out, there's a lot of paperwork. Everything was paper. There was a lot of duplication. There was a lot of errors. There was a lot of redundancies, loss of data. Now automation plug the gap. So now we don't do any papers except for informed consent. Everything is electronic. Last 15 years, I've not handed paper at all. So entirely ECRFs, everything is on electronic records, feasibilities or final CSRs. There, except for signature, even that is now DocuSign, or so that has happened. But even with that, there's a lot of redundancy, and even with and it is not just about clinical trials. There's also clinical trials is one. It's like a hurdle race. You first go from product ideation, product selection, then its development, whether it is a generic or a biosimilar or a discovery product, they are all going through these stages. There is a lot of manual work, and then there is post-marketing pharmacovigilance, where there is a lot of data handling, again electronically, but there is a lot of manual work. There's a lot of errors still creep in because of the huge human intervention, because we are just using electronic methods as tools rather than. Now when you give more power to this automation, AI is what we see. In Singapore, I asked somebody, similar panel, somebody said AI. For me, it's Australia, India, and in between I'm sitting in Singapore. That is all I knew 3 years back. Even today, the knowledge of the natural language processing or the AI related, what it actually does, we are all discussing. Very few actually have used it. So in pharma, fortunately, we have started doing that. I'll come to that after this one round, but this has cut down. This is cutting down the errors, hastening the process, reducing the need for the repetitive works and duplicacy of work, and enabling the humans. I'm repeating the word, enabling the humans to be more strategic in nature rather than transactional or more. AI is enabling human to think more rather than do more. So and it is also the current AIs, and in fact we just had a US FDA inspection. They are asking us, have you started using AI? The first question that I got, instead of asking, it was a pharmacovigilance inspection. So yes, we have started, and these are the things that we've done then. So even the regulators, inspectors are, at least in FDA, EMA, they are tuning this up for and encouraging pharma to use more and more AI stuff to avoid these errors, because these errors that if there happens, it can have drastic impact on the product safety, the clinical research, what we call the accuracy. There's an ALCOA plus. All of that gets affected. So reducing that is what AI does, and these are the gaps that are there. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Largest gaps, clinical trials, research suffers because of delays in clinical trials, and many a times because of the patient recruitment, delays happen, and that delays the entire clinical trial, and it increases the cost of. So I think AI comes very handy, in reducing those delays and missed data. Quality of the data is very important. Dr. Nidhi, coming to you, you belong to a research institution. Do you think our research institutes, academic institutes, are well prepared to integrate these AIs into clinical research?
So first of all, I would like to thank the organizers, Dr. Prema, and I am very delighted to see Dr. Sangeeta Sharma here moderating the session, and we used to visit her during our PhD days. So thank you, ma'am. So when it comes to integration of AI with education, yes, the integration is evolving, and I could see that both faculty members and students are making dire efforts to maximally use various AI tools in their research. But if we can introduce the knowledge of artificial intelligence at very early stages of like their first year during their graduation, so that will be make them more enable and acclimatized to use these tools later in their clinical practice. So as a member of syllabus regulation revision committee of Pharmacy Council of India, we tried to introduce the basics of like Python and introduction of artificial intelligence in the first year of the pharmacy curricula, and it is under like formal approvals, and it will soon be introduced in the pharmacy curriculum. And regarding the research, yes, our students are using AI and for making protocols, for analyzing, and for making their publications. But as a professor, we always say that humanize the data, whatever you are taking from those AI tools. So we are using that, and we are working on cancer patients, and along with the very fruitful collaboration with Rajiv Gandhi Cancer Institute, and we are using various deep learning methods in order to diagnose various blood cancers very early in stage. So this is how we are working when it comes to research in an academic institutions, because we also have a limitation of ethics committee members. They are strictly analyze how we are using the data here. And I would also like to say that the early introduction of certain acts like DPDP Act, that will also sensitize the students who are pursuing their clinical practice and integrating the data which is being obtained while doing their research or a common practice, and preparing for any future research. So they should learn about the DPDP Act also in their very early age.
Yeah, thank you, Nidhi, for bringing up this very important issue that they should be introduced to this AI, potential of this AI at a young age. Most of us see this AI currently, at least our generation, we use it for improving language or writing a first draft or refining it, but the potential of AI is much more behind. But we need to understand the algorithms, deep learning algorithms, how they go about it, what are the biases that are introduced. So very important that it should be introduced into the early curriculum of the researchers as well. Moving to Dr. Shoaib Mukherjee, you have again a lot of experience in pharmacology, clinical research, and now working at a very hospital research at a very big institution. And where do you think Indian clinical research loses the most of time? Where do we lag behind,
So thank you very much for inviting me to this panel, and thanks for the question. The answer to that question might surprise the audience we have this afternoon, because the answer to that question, what takes the most amount of time, has nothing to do with science. It has nothing to do with research as such, but something very different. So I find in my experience that the most amount of time that we are taking, or most amount of time that we could really shorten very easily, is the time that is taken in getting into a contract between the sponsor and the institute, or sometimes when it is collaborative research, between the lead site or the funding agency such as ICMR and the different institutions. This process has nothing to do with science, obviously. It has to do with law. It has to do with the knowledge of the law and what the regulations are that govern research in the country. It has to do with the principles of contracting and things like that. And these can be very easily, I think, with AI, very easily solved. And we need to have some standards in the country as well. That these are the minimum, guidelines, and ICMR has got those rules and regulations. But the sponsor side, especially when we have international sponsors, they don't understand those guidelines. So they come up with maximalist expectations in their agreement. And then when we come to our institution, our lawyers also go with their maximalist approach. So it's like, United States negotiating with Iran, something like that. And in the end, it takes months to sort that out. Emails going this way, that way. I wish this could be shortened. This can be something that can be completed within a week, I think less than that. It shouldn't take that much time. The laws are the same, the principles are the same, and if we can have certain standards for the country, then I think it could be easily done. So that's my first answer. Sorry for it not being a scientific one, but that's the first thing that we could probably do.
I think operational efficiency is equally important.
Absolutely.
AI can help you with repetitive tasks where large amount data is generated. It can help you analyze that, predict, give you indications, trends. But this is something we just heard ethics of AI and legal aspects of AI. So this is very, very important. Now we have understood what the problems are. Now over to Dr. Sinha. How do you think, where is the largest gain, efficiency can we bring by using this AI?
Oh, during the clinical development at every stage, and even during, as I said, for product ideation, we screen for a generic company. We will screen close to 100 molecules per month to reach four molecules for development, because we will have to scan all the aspects of the patent, the clinical development stage of the innovator, and many other aspects. Then we have a clinical trial. When we come to the clinical trial stage, the protocol development takes days, and a lot of people are involved. So for protocol development, then scanning the feasibility of the sites. Which sites will perform the best, which site will have more risk of serious adverse events, or which sites will perform better in terms of site recruitment, which sites have ethics committee approval timelines very fast. So if it 1 month, it is 3 months, it's 6 months, we don't know. So unless we go. So all of these are, and now most of the hospitals have electronic health records. Like he was mentioning one pain point which we had recently. So and then followed by the recruitment. You can predict how fast and how many sites you require for recruitment. Then the monitoring part, the risk-based monitoring, the decentralized monitoring. Everywhere you have solutions now available, and we have started using in various aspects. And finally, the clinical study report. Then the dossiers, regulatory dossiers have 5 modules, module 1 to 5. Each one has subsections. Now, if all the data what we generate during clinical development, what is there in literature, is put into these kind of, using AI-based solutions, having a ECTD or the common technical document will hardly take time. It's only then the human interface is required for reviewing. Then we have the pharmacovigilance. Once the everything is automated already, now Oracle or the solutions, they have already embedded the AI-based tools for having crispier narratives, better coding, the finding the countries where you have to report the adverse events, or automated manner. POCRs are also quite AI-based tools now used. And in fact, I mentioned that FDA is asking whether using, so they use something very important called Claude AI. Yeah. But enterprise models, which looks at the data privacy, HIPAA compliance, that needs to be used, because open models, open source ones will not be that useful. So end-to-end product development and product life cycle, everywhere AI-based solutions. In the next 5 years, the whole game will change. It will be more more thinking and less doing, and a lot of help from the AI will happen. However, we have restricted, for example, our team to use AI for generating PowerPoint presentations, or making using Chat GPT is restricted. Gemini AI is restricted. They cannot use it on the system. Microsoft has specific tools. Then Google has specific tools which are officialized. Copilot, yes, coming to that.
On ChatGPT only.
No, but those are enterprise models are allowed, which are officialized. So it is not a shortcut. It is a tool for better accuracy, better quality, better compliance, and of course enhancing the speed and reducing the repetition. But definitely not a tool for cheating. So which currently a lot of youngsters nowadays are trying to do. But again, coming back to this product life cycle end to end, from whether it is a product selection to even the preclinical studies, a lot of AI tools are being used, then in clinical development, and then finally the
I think the biggest again would come from the patient recruitment. Swasa AI tool had been, it detects the signature cough and detects whether the person has pulmonary tuberculosis. So it is very useful in screening of tuberculosis. So recruitment documentation, I think, is another. And of course, as you have been saying, we need to use this with human intelligence. AI alone cannot help you. AI can act as an assistant, but you need to supervise this as well. Dr. Nidhi, I think you have already said, how well prepared are your clinicians or the initiatives you. So, what else do you think would be needed to help them or embrace this technology responsibly?
So with this context, I would like to highlight that anything which is being done with respect, joining two things together like clinical practice and artificial intelligence, it should be a collaborative approach. It cannot be done either by clinicians or by persons who are, or by scientists who are well versed in artificial intelligence. So there should be a team with collective efforts. Yes, we can achieve, because I could see certain projects of ICMR, and there was a huge epidemiological data which was being collected in a very rural area of Bihar, and it was regarding the analysis of still, anemia in pregnant females. And a very smart AI tool was used to gather the data and to assess the data, and then implementing the clinical practice and how the medicine should reach to those underprivileged pregnant females who are residing in rural areas. So there was an integration of a medical school and one of the leading IIT, and there are clinical researchers who were involved in integrating both the tools which is being put forth by the IIT and the medical clinicians. So with the collaborative approach, yes, we can do multiple research which is of national importance in our country.
Yeah, that's very, very important. AI plus HI plus collaboration, teamwork. So that still remains that we need to work
we need to bring down our egos.
Right, because we need to realize the limitations of AI as well. Because what goes on in the algorithm, black boxes, those biases. How do you interpret those biases? Because interpretation still remains with the human beings. Decision making still remains with the human beings. So we need to keep that in mind. But certainly it can help us in accelerating or speeding our tasks and save time.
So I could see, like, while preparing of this session and while teaching my student, I could see there were two tools, Manthan and Cure AI. So Manthan was using various serum samples and diagnosing various issues in the patients, and Cure AI was using X-ray images in order to identify diseases. So this is how, you know, integration of AI, and these tools were prepared by well-versed scientists who were well-versed in artificial intelligence from ISC Bangalore. So that is how medical practice is being integrated with, scientists.
Over to you, Dr. Mukherjee. What are the real world applications that you see? You work in a large private hospital based, doing clinical research over there. So what are the real world applications you see can be developed from this using AI?
Sure. So let me explain. One thing that we do in all clinical trials is feasibilities. That is predicting what will be the patient flow, how many patients will come into the trial, and therefore how long it will take, and all the budgeting depends on that, how long people are going to be employed in that particular project. Now, traditionally how this was done is that the sponsor or whoever is running the trial goes to the individual investigators and asks them how many patients of this indication will you get, and they say, oh, we will get 5 patients in a week, or 10 patients in 3 months, whatever it is. However, now we have gone to the next stage, and there's a third stage also, the AI-driven stage. So let me explain the second stage. The second stage is when you have the data of your hospital all organized. And then you can actually go and really look at that data to say, ki, Achha, doctor to ye bol rahe hain ki 5 patients we will get. But when you go into the data, you've actually got 3 patients in the last 3 months. So obviously you will not get that much. And then you have to factor in, refusal of consent and things like that, dropout rates, etc. So it would be data-driven feasibilities at the second step. The third step is AI-driven. And this becomes really interesting because if you have all the information and the data of the hospital in front of you, and then you have a protocol which has inclusion and exclusion criteria, then first of all, you can choose your investigator based on that, finding out which investigator gets the most number of patients. Otherwise, you might go to an investigator who gets fewer patients than some other investigator in the same hospital who's getting more patients of that indication. But then next step is that you feed in the inclusion and exclusion criteria and figure out how many patients will come in say a month or 3 months. And then you change the inclusion and exclusion criteria a little bit. Your inclusion criteria was HbA1c of 7.5. Now, if you were to lower that to 7.3, how many extra patients would you get? And if your aim is to finish the trial within 6 months of recruitment and then follow-up period, then within that 6 months, where would you have to keep your inclusion criteria? And whether it would be feasible clinically and scientifically or not, you have to kind of evaluate. But in this way, you can make your protocol development interactive to suit your aims of where you want to and how you want to finish your trial, what budget you have for the trial, and so on and so forth. So that's one example. Another example is another place where we have a lot of problems because as India goes into this phase where we are now discovering our own new molecules, and these will probably be sold all over the world, our companies or whoever is discovering those molecules need to go out and market it all over the world. That means that regulatory approvals will have to be obtained from all across the world, and the studies will have to be done in a multi-center global manner. To do that, the regulatory approvals becomes a big issue because that takes a lot of time and there's no standard across the world. Once again, the principles are the same. So AI could probably help us in that region, particularly in India, because in India we have for many decades had this problem that our regulators do not have access to the best advice about drug development. And expertise within the regulatory agency is not there. Maybe we can jump and skip that. I don't think it will ever on its own solve itself. So we need AI there. For AI to be fed the information that has come in from preclinical stages and to at least give some support to the regulators as to what are the questions now that need to be asked, and therefore what kind of clinical trials need to be done, what their endpoints should be, etc. So these are two examples.
I think
that
you've
want
raised a very pertinent question, and I, pass this question to Dr. Prem Agarwal and Dr. Meghna. Next time when you do this, conference on AI, get regulatory people also here on the panel to get their viewpoint. Where they have their issues or challenges, so that we understand each other much better. Okay, I think I've already got a bell here. One last question, open to all the panelists here with me. How do you think we can make a leap change in clinical research instead of just an incremental research changes, improvements?
See how we look at it. From the days that all the paperwork was done manually, from the days today that we have got a lot of websites and lot of information available always on the webs. So the point is that we have come all the way very nicely, because they are talking of pharmacy. One molecule developed by CDRI, Lucknow, used to be given to ICMR for research, in which I was involved. I don't go into details. So it took me 3 years to do a human phase 3 trials. It was anti-relapse, anti-malarial. It just come to the market. So the point is that we have come all the way. If you look back, it is a very good progress that we have made. But there should be some guards, some regulations in order to recruit and in order to conduct the trials. The human bias is there. The human brain will be the master of it. But we should apply some regulations, like one act, PDPT Act or something they were telling. So all these acts should be kept into the mind of the investigators, and we should see that the AI is used for the welfare of the people and not to fulfill certain goals of some companies or something like that. If we are pushing so many molecules into the world, I think AI will help us to get the concurrent approvals and resolve so many problems. And definitely India can lead into the drug discovery and the pharmaceutical approaches. And then drug development and everything will take its own time. But I understand very well that the time schedule for the development of the drug, trial of the new drugs is very much shortened due to AI.
Yes,
so that is the positive aspect. And the negative is that some check should be there. For all new developments, we should have some human brain acting as a dominant part and not the technology or machine driving us. So that's my view. Ma'am.
I think you had that question which ma'am asked, just taking it forward. So do you see some time in future where AI is able to simulate clinical trials so that we avoid patient recruitment? I mean, that would be kind of not, I mean, I think it will reduce all the barriers you were always speaking about.
Right. So I've thought about it, and we've had many decades of discussion around simulated clinical trials. And I've never been able to figure out how that will get done. But now I understand a little bit of it. And I still think that 100% simulation can't work. It's unless you have. But then what we could do is probably have a smaller number of patients and then extrapolate from that with the help of AI, making sure that we are not going in some wrong direction from that. After all, for clinical trials, we require a calculated sample size, and that has got a statistical basis behind that. Now, AI could probably help us to remain within the statistical parameters and still predict with a smaller number of patients the outcome that you would get with a much larger number of patients.
Yes. So first thing first, we need to be, the awareness has to be more. Education of AI is more, as I was saying, but education of what? Because still there is a lot of gap between the academia and the industry. None of the academic people, even I was unemployable after my MD. I learned most of it in the industry. Okay, that is one. Second is electronic health records. Now Medanta has great electronic health record. Does one hospital in Darbhanga will have it? If you have to implement a tool based on AI or solutions based on AI, first the electronic health records have to be everywhere, especially for the clinical trials. Even now during drug discovery, we have already started using. I mean, there are AI based solutions such as physiological based modeling, where you don't actually do the trials, do the preclinical studies, but actually predict the toxicity, predict the dosages. So those have to be used even in our country, strictly speaking of what India can do. US FDA, there are regulations on AI in use in clinical research because it is being used massively. Now, in India, we still, yes, he said that, okay, 5 patient will, when doctor said 5 patients he will give, but AI cannot predict which kind of 5 patients, even with the prediction, it falls flat. Because there are so much subjectivity in the way the practice is done. A clinical practitioner in the same institute will, in 5 different professors will practice differently, even though there are certain standard guidelines. We start standardizing, we start following, we start electronic health records. AI solutions can be completely installed, can be completely used without much difficulty and with little leaks, less good supervision. But the framework is just not there. For global studies, we use a lot of this. For pharmacovigilance, which is global, which is purely desktop based, we use it. But for clinical research in India, lot of things need to be done at the ground level before we actually go up to that level.
Yeah, I would like to conclude. So AI can actually assist the clinical practice, and I believe that AI cannot totally simulate the clinical trials. To some extent, efficacy and safety parameters can be considered, and gathering the epidemiological data, AI can assist in that. But when it comes to treating patients well, and when it comes to looking at their quality of life, so that cannot be assessed with the help of AI, and we need clinical studies in order to ascertain the efficacy and safety.
So I think I've spoken enough.
With this, I'd like to thank my brilliant panel here and both the chairperson, Dr. Sangamitra Bhatti and Dr. Ashok Bagga, and my panelists here sharing their experiences. I hope the audience they found it useful, and there were some take-home messages for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. In fact, it was a very important session, and especially when Madam Mitra was sitting there. ड्रग डिस्कवरी के अंदर हिंदुस्तान बहुत पीछे है. मुझे नहीं पता कि हम कितने ड्रग डिस्कवर कर रहे हैं. डिस्कवर करते नहीं क्योंकि हमारा एफर्ट नहीं है. AI has equaled our position across the world. If we use AI, जो अमेरिका कर रहा है, जो कहीं और कर रहा है, वो हम भी कर रहे हैं. अब क्लिनिकल ट्रायल्स जो हैं उनको हमने फर्दर से रिफॉर्म करना पड़ेगा, उनके स्टैंडर्ड फिर बनाने पड़ेंगे. उनको दोबारा से जैसे कहा रेगुलेटर्स को कन्विंस करना पड़ेगा कि इन स्टैंडर्ड्स के साथ में AI को यूज़ करके ड्रग डिस्कवरी को किया जाए. अभी क्या एक और भी बात है मैम, कुछ लोग प्रोफेशनल रिसर्चर हैं, आपके बहुत सारे हैं, वो सिर्फ रिसर्च करते हैं. एक्चुअली पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट जो होता है, ही इज़ द बेसिक रिसर्चर. जब मैंने अपनी पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन करी तो मैंने थीसिस करी अपनी, उसके बाद में मेरे बॉस ने कह दिया कि तेरे बस की रिसर्चर नहीं है, तो छोड़ दे, यू आर ए क्लिनिशियन. सो द रिसर्चर का कल्चर जो है दैट हैज़ टू कम एट द टाइम ऑफ पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन. पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट की जो रिसर्च है उसको हम मॉड्यूलेट करना है, उसको हमने गाइड करना है कि वो कल को रिसर्चर बन जाए. आज के दिन हर पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट जो नया बच्चा आया है उसमें जोश है. जो मैडम आपके रिसर्चर्स हैं वो तो पुराने हो गए, हमें होश है, जोश कम है. Can you congratulate you for this, that you are going to guide all of us, and especially I've got a lot of hope in our new researchers. They are postgraduates, and for them we are making a repository of all the postgraduate thesis in the country, which is being guided by National Board and NMC. And with that repository, every postgraduate will learn what can be done, what should not be done, and what should be done next. Not research, we will do the research. Thank you. Just
We'll now proceed with the felicitation ceremony.
Thank you, ma'am.
I request Dr. Bagga to kindly come forward. I request Dr. Sangeeta Sharma to kindly come forward.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure, my honor.
Now I request Dr. S.D. Sinha to kindly come forward. I request Dr. Nidhi Agarwal to kindly come forward. I request Dr. Shoaib Mukherjee to kindly come forward. And I request the entire panel to kindly come forward for a group photograph alongside Dr. Prem. Thank you so much once again.
Researcher नहीं हूँ ना. I'm practitioner.
Ladies and gentlemen, we close the afternoon with a session that brings the conversation back to where healthcare transformation ultimately begins, in the classroom and clinical training environment.
Sir, I want to give some comment. Give your comment and then also I request you to kind of go to media room. Give a message also, sir.
Well, on behalf of the audience, I am a professor in plastic surgery, one of the medical college. I am the head of department also. What I told the organizers may be little not too good to hear, but anyway, always things should not be taken in a negative way. There has not been interactive with the audience. Mostly we find on the audience, the speakers and the panelists have been nicely displaying and they have been contributing a lot for us. But I hope it should be. In this last panel of people who have really contributed a lot, but what I told about the AI, if you remember, in India we have so much of research, but not a single Nobel Prize has been given till now, after the independence. So once I told in one of the Director General sitting, in one of the ICMR meetings, why it is not happening. Because somehow we are not reaching it to the baseline of international standards. That's why we are not getting. One example I tell you, when the test tube baby was invented, there was a similar research going on in Calcutta by 3 scientists. And they have actually gone much forward in inventing the first test tube baby in the world. But unfortunately, because there was no AI that time, the Nobel Prize went to England, Odhams. Dr. Edwards got the Nobel Prize for the first test tube baby. I think the AI is going to help in the future of standardizing at least the research process all over the country, all over the world, so that this discrepancy of not being recognized from a place who have originally done all these things are some been overlooked. So this is not this is a comment, plus I think in future the standardization of the knowledge, the inventions and innovations, everything has to be also made standardized by the AI only. So I think AI will be definitely helpful for us, for the young generation to at least to have these encouragements. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying, we close the afternoon with a session that brings the conversation back to where healthcare transformation ultimately begins, in the classroom and clinical training environment. Medical educators today face a unique challenge, preparing students for a world where AI is embedded in clinical practice while also integrating AI tools into their own teaching approaches. This session, AI-enabled teaching strategies for medical educators, will explore practical, evidence-informed strategies for medical educators to leverage AI in teaching, assessment, simulation, and faculty development. To chair this session, may I invite the leaders, two distinguished medical institutions, Dr. Suresh Kumar and Dr. Musharraf Hussain. Please give them a huge round of applause. I would like to give a quick introduction. Dr. Suresh Kumar is the Director Principal of Dr. BSA Medical College Rohini, Delhi, and former Medical Director of LNJP Hospital, a seasoned physician with an MBBS and MD in medicine. He's a Fellow of the Indian College of Physicians and the Royal College of Physicians of Edinburgh. Professor Dr. Musharraf Hussain serves as Dean Principal of HIMSR Jamia Hamdard and concurrently heads the Department of Surgery and is Medical Superintendent of the HAHC Hospital in New Delhi. An alumnus of JNMC AMU Aligarh, he was awarded a gold medal during MBBS and completed his DNB in 2003. With over 18 years of teaching experience, he has authored more than 50 research publications and 2 monographs on intra-abdominal infections. And now I would like to invite the moderator of this session, Professor Dr. Anurag Mishra, Department of General Surgery, Maulana Azad Medical College, who's a Professor of Surgery at Maulana Azad, New Delhi, and Secretary, Medical Innovation Center, MAMC, with a strong interest in medical innovation, surgical education, and public health. I would now like to invite the distinguished panelist to the stage, Professor Dr. Sabita Mishra, Professor, Maulana Azad Medical College, who is the Director Professor, Head of Anatomy, and Academic Officer at Maulana Azad Medical College. With over 30 years of experience in teaching, she is the editor of the South Asian edition of Langman's Medical Embryology and has reviewed all 3 volumes of Cunningham's Manual of Practical Anatomy. Let's give them a huge round of applause. Now I would like to invite Ms. Smruti Snigdha, Senior Product Manager, Elsevier, India. Ms. Smruti works with Elsevier Global Health Education Solutions Groups as a Senior Product Manager, where she is responsible to steer the strategy for Elvesier's digital education solutions in India. With over 17 years of experience across global information analytics organizations, she works at the intersection of AI, EdTech, academia, and public policy. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Arpit Gupta, Additional Professor, Oral Health Sciences Center, PGIMER, Chandigarh. Who is the Additional Professor of Public Health Dentistry at Postgraduate Institute of Medical Education and Research and head of the National Resource Center for Oral Health Care of Children and Elderly under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Now I would like to invite Mr. Santosh Talagatti, Scientist T, MVIC, who's working on healthcare's future through AI, emerging technologies, and bold digital transformation. With 15 plus years of cross-sector impact, he builds powerful bridges between industry, academia, and innovation ecosystem, empowering startups, researchers, and institutions to lead at national and global frontiers. So this is our panel for the session, and now I request our chair to kindly start the session for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, organizers. A very good afternoon. And as the MC has said, that this is where it will start. If we want to change healthcare, be more AI reliant, I think classrooms is where it will start. And I think this is a very important panel, and we have a very diverse, experienced panelists with us, and mentored by very experienced chairpersons. So I would request the chairpersons first to give their opening thought about, do they think that the medical education needs to change in this today's world when AI is dominating, and what do you see the future of medical education to be like? Dr. Suresh first and then Dr. Mishra.
Thank you, Professor Anurag. I think it's a very, very important to see that AI is coming in a big way. And in India, we are leading a forefront from all aspects, whether it's clinical medicine, whether it's research, whether it's preventive medicine. And medical education is one of the most important, because young doctors are getting more and more into the AI, and all faculty, professor, medical college teachers are not ready to accept the change which is happening all over the world. And AI actually starts not only from the schooling, early schooling, but in the medical colleges across India. The national board is coming up in a big way. Our curriculum is such that we have to adapt the AI. Teaching and training methods are changing. Now the curriculum, if you see the NMC guidelines, that all medical college, we have the faculty training program, which we must have the AI enabled platforms, and we must have a workshop, and all aspect of AI must be covered in the first, second and final professional exams. This is the future lies with the AI, and we know that if we adopt these machine learning, large language models and all other aspects of AI, it's make a wonderful beginning, and the doctors all over the world are mostly reputed, because India have a very high quality of doctors training, and all our college, big institutions like AIIMS, IITs and IIMs, and all medical college must have these programs, and it is a wonderful beginning, Dr. Anurag, and I must congratulate Dr. Prem Agarwal for giving this such a wonderful platform to start the AI medical education in our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting also. I know, as Dr. Suresh has also mentioned, this is a very, very important platform, and when we talk about the teaching, especially in this era of AI and the advancement of technological advancement, it is, there is no, I think it is not only important, but there is no option left for all of us to improve ourselves. When we talk about the medical educationist, we as teachers, we are in medical colleges, we are teachers by default. We haven't got any training to be teachers, and I think this is an opportunity. And we are teaching those who have to treat patients, who have to save lives, and we have not been trained in teaching. So I am looking at it as an opportunity actually. So this is an opportunity for all of us, for educationists, for teachers, to improve your capabilities as far as teaching is concerned, so that a good learning can take place. Normally, though, this NMC has also started certain I think training courses as far as teaching is concerned, but these all should have, or AI should be incorporated into all those teaching methodologies which we as teachers has been trained. And I think from different platforms and different associations, societies, NMC and government should take this call and include or incorporate to make an AI-enabled teachers, I think. So for all of us, this is an opportunity once again to improve ourselves as teachers by utilizing more and more AI tools, because students have already started using that. So there is no option for us but to improve ourselves, to adapt ourselves with this new beginning. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that opening note, I would come to Dr. Savita. Ma'am, you have huge experience of this medical education. You've seen how things have transitioned from a textbook, very hands-on training to now very AI and digital and simulated trainings. How do you see the role of a teacher in today's world?
Thank you for this question. Yes, I have been teaching anatomy for more than 35 years, almost 35 years. So, and there's been a huge change from the way the students were and how the students are now. They are more tech savvy. They are more aware of things. They understand complicated things much better than we teachers who are the old timers. We were used to teaching the conventional way of using the chalk and board, graduated towards the PowerPoint, and then from PowerPoint we thought, let's have some interactive videos. So I would say that along with the students, the teachers have to train. So we have to train, we have to see what is the pulse of the students. If we are not with our students, the students will not be with us. Because I have seen a difference when, like, I would say Dr. Anurag was a student, they would write with their pen and take notes. Nowadays students sit with their tabs. It used to be a shock for me, but now I have accepted it. Okay, they are more comfortable, and I see they make beautiful diagrams on their tabs, and they are very, very well versed. So the first of all, I would say that there is information overload. There's so much overloading of information that they get totally confused that what they have to study and what they have not to study. So the teacher out here, instead of just giving the facts, which used to be cognitive learning, that you give them a lot of facts and it's rote memory and they would just memorize it and come and give their assessment. Now we have to focus more on that these are the questions, these are the studies, these are your course content. Follow the CBFB pattern, which is very, very competency based, giving exact objectives, teach according to that, and then assess according to that. So it's more of a curating job that we have to do. We have to curate their aspect on what has to be due. So it is almost, I would say, like a mentoring. But in our today's scenario with 250 students in one class, it's not very easy. It's not practical, but still, I think with the help of AI, if we change and we try to implement these as teachers, our students definitely will be benefited from AI. The assessment will become easy. They can have their self-assessments, they can have quizzes, and we can also cater to their needs as mentors.
And maybe education can be made more customized to the user, to
Yes.
the learner.
So those kind of AI tools are available where they have chatbots, they can just sit and discuss and ask. So personalized training becomes much easier with these kind of tools available.
So ma'am, you talked about information overload, and I'll move to Dr. Smriti. Again, on internet, there's so much of information right now that any person feels difficult that which one is to accept. And there are a lot of information which is not even usable. There's so many syndromes, there's so many things which are out there. You being in that sphere, representing Elsevier, how do you see this overload and where this will stop? Of every day new book is coming, which is coming online. So how do you see it?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So I'll bring up 3 points over here. One is technology is not for the sake of it. So a technology ultimately, just because somebody thought in an air-conditioned boardroom somewhere that this would be fancy, it should not come over. It should really make lives easier, both for the faculty, for the students, and somehow for the institutions. And that's the guiding principle around which Elsevier works on. The second piece is around the information overload, and all of us know now it has reached 73 days. Actually, it should be more. It was 5 years before that. Now, with information overload and with the overload of Gen AI open source tools, let's look at this, that there is no dearth of information. It's more about, is it validated? Is it updated? Is it relevant to the context where it is being taught or where it is being used? And that's where we strive to bring in our solutions so that it's validated, trusted, peer-reviewed, updated, and relevant to the context. So our solutions like Osmosis AI, Clinical Key AI, Clinical Key Student, or Complete Anatomy, they go through rigorous peer review as well as made by expert educators to bring that in. The third is a little story. So I remember when I was in college, our microbiology teacher comes over and she gives us open book exam. And in the entire class, I scored 3 out of 20, I remember, and I was the topper in that test. So what was the thing? The books were available. It was an open book exam. So there was, the retrieval of information was a challenge then. We didn't know which page to go to and what to really bring out. And then more importantly, what should we apply? Now with the Gen AI tools, retrieval of information is no more a challenge. However, application still remains the challenge. Let's look at the student, what drives the students today. Is it, they are more towards learning for exams versus learning for application. So now that's where I think the design of the assessments, the design of the medical education teaching learning comes into the fore. Is it something we are designing that tests the students' application? Is it like the critical learning, clinical reasoning, competency-based learning, ma'am just mentioned about it. So is it testing all of that? Again, something which we try to incorporate in all the solutions that we bring in at Elsevier. So thank you.
Excellent, thank you for that. So moving to Dr. Arpit. Dr. Arpit, you are placed in a kind of a place between medical education and research. But I want to drift you somewhere else. What do you think is the mindset of teachers of today? Do you think that they are eager and excited to adopt to this AI, or they're still apprehensive? I mean, Dr. Musharraf said a line that we are forced to change. Now, I sense a bit of apprehension in that line. So what do you think? What do you feel?
Thank you for that, and I think that's a very valid point which you have just mentioned through. And just echoing what Dr. Musharraf did made a mention, and see, the white elephant is already there in the room. So the question is not whether the education system, the education ecosystem and the faculty by and large adopts that system or not. I mean, eventually they have to. The question is how responsibly, how actively, and how quickly they adopt it. That's the question now. And when I look at it, so there are a good sizable bunch of faculty colleagues who are already abreast with the technology, and they are in line, specifically the young faculty, the residents. So they are already there. Yeah. And more than that, our junior resident, means our students, let's say, they are even a step forward. They are already using technology, the AI technologies, maybe to the fullest, right? And probably they are using it unregulated. That's the challenge here. So they are probably using it unregulated. So the question is about, bringing down the validity concerns, the reliability concerns, and yes, there is a shift in mindset which has to happen, and which is happening, I believe, which is happening. And yes, it is also about capacity building. So somewhere our regulatory bodies like NMC, NDC, some continuing medical education initiatives whereby for the faculty per se, some kind of hand-holding is probably required so that they are maybe not the laggards, and so I think I would end here.
Yeah, I think I like a quote by Abraham Lincoln. He says that, I don't like this person, I should spend more time with this. Yeah. I think it's the same with AI. If you don't like, if you're apprehensive about it, I think learn it more, spend more time with AI.
And
maybe
again, one more quote, I just heard it and I really meant it. It's like, ultimately, it's not the AI who will replace humans. Yeah. It is another human using an AI who will replace humans. So
exactly. Yeah. Okay, we move to Dr. Santosh. You come from a deep tech and deep tech research background. I'm sure you would have, in your conversation, found some misconceptions which medicos or educators have in their mind about AI. Can you name some?
When IT came into the reality in 1980s, people thought that the computers will replace human beings. And then when ICT came, then again the same question. When AI came, again the same question, that can it replace educators and the whole medical ecosystem? It can't be, because the human is the one who is training that artificial intelligence to become intelligent enough to help the human beings. So it is human for AI and AI for human. So there is huge dependencies on each of the system. So this is a misconception that AI will replace the medical educators and also the doctors. Yes, there is a possibility that this AI, which is the collective intelligence, it is super intelligence of the human being itself, and also not only human beings, the human systems, human support systems, that is going to help doctor and educator and a student in such a way that this world had ever realized. Because getting a lab into AI system, to set up one lab, it takes years and also huge investment on this one. So this all huge investment and the physical infrastructure can be saved by getting into AI systems. Take the example of adopting the knowledge of a great scientist and a great educator into AI agent and making that AI agent available 24 hours for a student who wanted 5 minutes of a appointment of a doctor few years before for the consultation. Today, the same doctor, one who is veteran, one who is experienced, one who is expert in that, his intelligence, his books can be interfaced and integrated in the AI system, and that system can be made available for the student as if he is talking to the real expert. In that way they can converse. So that this AI has become the human representation, not the human competitor. So in this way, if I see that this is one of the misconceptions that it will overtake. The second misconception is AI smarter or I am smarter? That is the biggest question. Because AI has everything, jobs are affected, that and that is, so people just go on some rumors. It's not a real thing. Human intelligence can be leveraged, sharpened, and made multiplied facilitator. In fact, if a person is earning 10x, can he earn 1000x? This is in the economic mode. In the similar way, in the medical education and the medical practices, can the precision can be improved? Can be the consulting models and the counseling models can be improved? Can be the lab availability can be improved? I can see only the betterment and the improvement. Yes, there is one thing. Finally, it has to be a human, especially in the medical system, to validate and approve the system. We cannot just overload everything to a system thinking that it will do everything and I can enjoy my life. No, no. You have to be more responsible than AI to get it work better for you and your people, especially for the world. Thank you.
Excellent. I think that ray of positivity is very, it's warming, Thank you for that. I think we'll come back to Dr. Savita. So different students learn differently, right? And now we are basically in this round, we'll try to ask you one solution or something which can happen, which can bridge this gap, and maybe we are ready for future. So what do you think should happen when the students have their own different needs of learning? Every subject has a different need. Every place will have a different language, different context. So how do you see AI bridging this? Or what should happen according to you?
I can give this in context with my subject, anatomy. So we teach anatomy, and anatomy, the gold standard, everybody knows. To learn anatomy is doing dissection by your own. You have to do dissection because you get the feel of the structures, you feel, and as doctors, and when you're going to study the body, you have to feel that. But there is an overload of students. There are too many students in one batch, and there is a scarcity of bodies. So that is the biggest crunch that we face in any medical college, which is throughout, because it is happening because we are more choosy about the bodies that we are selecting. That is also one of the criteria. So because of this crunch, AI is definitely going to help. It's going to help because the 2D will be transmitted into a, it cannot give you a 3D representation, but still a student can learn on its own pace. It will learn on its own pace. He can go back, again revise. So there'll be self-mode learnings would be there. They can even like relationships of any structure. That can happen in any subject, like if they want to revise, they want to learn the relations of the brachial plexus or the pelvic floor or anything, any difficult anatomy they want to do, they can revise it. Even I see when the surgeons also come to the dissection hall, when they have some difficult surgery to do, they usually come to the dissection hall and they want to revise their anatomy before going to the to the operation theatre. So this way, these 3D visualization tools which have come up, like there are many which are there in the market. We have seen many, like for last 15 years, I've been seeing these tools coming up and gradually they are evolving, but they are not sometimes very anatomically correct. But the latest ones which have come up, like the Anatomage which has come up, is very, very good. It is quite, because they have taken dissections from human cadavers. So therefore they are more accurate and they have got MRIs and CT scans. So one can actually do a study, can study anatomy along with radiology, doing the sections of MRI, CT scans, and also a surgeon can also incorporate their own MRIs and CT and figure out, especially for surgery and radiotherapy and orthopedics, it is going to help a lot. So it's not only, I would say, for anatomy, but these visualizations and all will also become, or will, I would say, helpful for all the clinical subjects, especially the surgical branches, which are dealing with human dissections and surgeries.
Right. Thank you.
So thank you.
Smriti, so I think you have kind of answered the second part of solution by giving the Elsevier models for Smriti. So what more you think that publication house or the knowledge bases should do more so that the knowledge becomes uniform and usable and still filtered? You answered part of it, but I want more, what more can be done?
Yeah, so I'll bring up two scenarios over here. So one, let's imagine I have an empty glass in a hand. Can we drink anything out of it? No. Second, I put in a mocktail in it. Great. Now imagine this mocktail has been prepared by a bartender who is really experienced and responsible. Then it takes it to a completely next level. Similarly, what is our design principle is that, one, it's not just the AI tools or the digital tools, rather the strong content behind it. So that brings in the drink to the glass. And then on top of it, imagine this content is not just content. This has been developed by expert educators like all of you. And Elsevier brings its expertise of years, I would tell decades and over 100 years. Then the responsible AI principles which is the guide behind all of the solutions that we design. So ma'am mentioned about anatomies. So similarly, we have our complete anatomy, which is world class, clinical key student, osmosis AI, CKI, all of that. That's the design principle, and these are the 3 pillars basis which these tools exist. So that was point 1. The second one, I'm wearing an analog watch, and you're wearing a smart watch. So imagine, can it be would it have been the other way around, that first came the smartwatches and then came the analog watch? No, most likely it would never be no.
Yeah.
Now, similarly, for the past 4 years, we have been working very, very closely with bodies like National Medical Commission, NMC, the curriculum implementation team. Ma'am mentioned about competency-based medical education. We have so far worked with about 75 colleges to do the Train the Teacher program, which is around how can these digital resources be used to implement the new MBBS competency-based curriculum. And all the learnings out of it, 75 colleges, 350 plus faculty from across India, and all the learnings from it has brought in the Medical Educators Playbook, which is the first ever in the country and also in the world. So that is all about that, not just the tools, but how does it implement the competency-based curriculum. So inside Elsevier, we joke that Medical Educators Playbook is basically the analog version of the AI tools that we work on today. So it wasn't the other way around, that first the analog watch came in, what's happening on the ground, and therefrom came in the smartwatch concept of it. So that again is one of our core design principle, that work grassroots level, understand what's happening, where the teacher is really teaching, what is that problems that he or she is facing, what is it that the students, where students are reading, and similarly, what is it that the institution wants, and ultimately the policy bodies want. So that has been the driving principle for anything we are going to bring out, we are working on, anything we have brought out. Yeah.
So rather than making a smart watch, you're making a smarter analog watch.
Yes.
So excellent.
Thank you.
And so Dr. Arpit, I think what change you would like to see in medical education, especially training, because India has a huge need of medical training, especially skill. How do you see AI bridging that gap?
If you look at AI and the way it has been developed, and if I talk about medical training and the faculty, in fact, so they are wearing, we believe they are wearing 4 hats, or maybe let's say 5 hats on their head. So one is the academia, which includes training and teaching. Another one is research. The third one is patient care. Fourth one is community service. And the fifth one is administrative component of the particular place, institution, or wherever they are like working up with. And all these 5 domains have, AI has a lot to deliver in all these 5 domains. So there is a lot of repetitive administrative tasks which faculty is interested into. And these days the AI tools have evolved in reducing the time spent on those repetitive tasks and making them more automated. And many institutions have adopted it, some others are slowly and gradually adopting it. So we are in a transition phase, a very fast transition phase of adoption. Similarly, in terms of research, we have heard the previous panel discussion, and a lot is ongoing. In terms of community service, so early detection of diseases, capacity building of our grassroots level workers, right? Triaging, linking them to facilities, having registries, we don't have very accurate registries in place, And again, in terms of clinical care, important thing is the data management system. Once we have the proper data management system in place, definitely many things would be automated, and these AI tools will be able to do predictive analysis in a much better way. So that's one thing. And lastly, the academia. And when I say academia, it is about teaching, it is about making what we call as tailored solutions, or let's say personalized teaching plans. So, being abreast with the technology. So all I'm trying to say is that AI has a lot to deliver in all these 5 domains. Many of these things are still in a phase of evolvement, I would say. Yeah, there is a question about reliability. There is a question about validity. There are certain more concerns. If we look at our children, children says our students, there are concerns of superficial learning, Instead of going into depth, you just find out through some AI tools, and it's like superficial learning. Yeah. There are concerns of mental erosion, specifically the skills like, critical appraisal skills, So there are those concerns, because things are very ready-made and easily available, and probably you are not diving deep into the concepts and just trying to brush it up and down. Yeah. So those concerns stay, and we are yet to see how AI is going to, or let's say how our regulations are going to address these gaps. So I ended.
Right,
yeah.
right. So from the tech side, what do you see one intervention maybe which can come so that more the educators, they adopt AI and other tools, and also the learners, they start adopting more of these models? What do you think should change in today's world?
Wonderful question. We have thousands of websites, and then everybody has access to ChatGPT. People go on surfing, but we need to standardize the precision content. We need to create the ecosystem where the educators, learners, and the doctors are together, plus entrepreneurs, and the AI-enabled scientists and the creators, the future leaders. Such kind of ecosystem is the need of an hour, because doctors lack in management and technology. And the technologists lack in the medical terms even. They don't even understand the terms and they are talking about the AI. So this AI, when we talk, it is the Milan, it is the meeting of technologists and doctors. It is time now to bring them together. So we need to create the digital twins. We need to create the platform where the learning management system, not just for the providing the information, for the real-time experiments, digital twinning, replica of the patients, replica of the hospitals, replica of the consultations, can students have that real-time feeling through the AI-enabled platforms where the data can be analyzed, tested, and also proven. Such kind of platform is need of an hour, and I think providing such ecosystem to the student, to the educator, and to the doctor can solve the problem. And the term medtech, when we say it is medical as well education technology. So medical technology and education technology need to work together to serve the world and save the world. I think this is the call that we need to take.
And I think in today's world, at least, this is happening at a very fast pace.
Yeah.
Even at MAMC, we have started Medical Innovation Center now,
Yeah.
where we invite engineers and innovators to come and work in medical college.
Yeah.
So and there are, I'm sure there are many more coming up now. So I think this space is going to be crowded very soon, which is we'll all be thankful, I think, for that. So thank you all the panelists. I think one concern I would raise, and then I will maybe ask the chairpersons to sum up, is when I see a teacher, I don't see just a teacher who is an educator or a trainer of mine, but I see a mentor. When we are becoming more reliant on AI and personalized tools, are we losing that personal human touch in training or that mentorship or not? Maybe anybody wants to take from the panelists, and then we'll ask chairpersons.
I would take this and quickly pass on this one in one line. I think it would be a great assistant itself to the teacher, and he can do magic that what he could have done by transforming 10,000 patients or saving 10,000 patients and transforming 1,000 students with the AI enablement. He can do 10x of that. 10x is not only in the money, but also in saving lives and assisting lives. I think it can be a great assistive tool.
Right, great. Yes, please.
Just taking the liberty of handling the mic. So I think this is the right time and this is the right platform to understand that AI is the tool, or it has probably eased out the process of transforming a teacher into a true mentor. Largely, we had been seeing, a conventional set of teaching happening, specifically in the medical schools, and they are like more of a patriarchal kind of a concept building process. But now things have changed. And the tool which is amalgamating, or let's say catalyzing this change, is AI. And henceforth, teachers would be true mentors, I would say, because information is anyways there.
Nice.
What to pick, how to pick, where to pick,
I think the
and where not to pick,
The pressure of passing on the information is not there on teachers, so they can actually play mentors.
Yeah, please, thank you.
No, I was reminded of this example of when in the aviation industry, the automated feedback came into the pilots. They saw this cusp. So similarly, automation or technology comes over, but it's both the pilot and the feedback which comes automated from the machine works hand in hand. So it's a similar thing. They have to work hand in hand. One example I always tell, that you have rice, you have dal, and you have paneer at home. What are you going to cook? Now somebody will cook biryani, somebody will cook khichdi, somebody will cook a shahi paneer. Now it's the chef is the teacher. Any tool coming in, still the person who drives it and does things remains the teacher. It's just an enablement for the teacher that things have come faster, handpicked, chosen. Now it's up to you. What is it that you want to serve your students? Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. So I'll hand over to chairpersons for their closing remarks.
Okay, as it has been mentioned as far as mentoring is concerned, and we consider teacher as guide, coach, mentor, and whatnot. So when we talk about teacher as a mentor, I think with the advent or use of these AI tools, teacher is going to get more time for mentoring and guiding and coaching. Why? Because like you have mentioned that there are 5 hats, be it administrative or academic and other areas which has been, or researcher and all those things. So if we are going to use those AI tools, different AI tools in different areas, we are going to get a lot of time. Like creating, even I'm just giving you one example of creating assessment. And there's a lot of time has been, I won't say, I should not use the term wasted, but a lot of time has been given as far as creating a simple assessment when we talk about MCQs. So if you really want to create a good MCQs with a plausible distractors and good STEM, you need a lot of time. But with this use of AI, you can save a lot of time. And that can be used, and it is not only for MCQs, but any kind of assessment, any kind of teaching learning methods. So for your lesson planning or even doing your research. So this will save a lot of time, and this particular time can be used or should be used for mentoring students, guiding them and coaching them. Thank you.
So, Dr. Anurag, finally the carry-home message is that the AI is the future. For all of us who are the faculty in the medical colleges, all teachers must be smart teachers. They must have AI-enabled knowledge. And all the panelists has agreed that if we use AI in our day-to-day practice, day-to-day teaching, it make a huge impact, not only in the patient care and research, but in the medical education of the country. So, dear friends, we must be tech savvy. We must use AI in our teaching methods, and those who don't use AI will be replaced. AI will not replace the teachers, but those who don't use AI, they are likely to be replaced. That is the carry-on message. So, thank you for a wonderful session. Thank you, Anurag.
Thank you everyone. I think we saw a raised hand. Do you have time for one or two comments or questions? Okay.
Can we have the mic there?
Thank you for a very nice panel discussion. I'm Dr. Mahalakshmi, Vice Chancellor from Santosh University. So when we are discussing about this AI in medical education, we have to go back to our Bloom's taxonomy. What AI will help is in the lower levels of Bloom's taxonomy very clearly. Like for example, giving information readily. Google also gives, but AI will give you much more filtered information. It helps in making the students understand the concepts. It will help them to analyze to a certain extent. But higher order thinking skills will still remain in the domain of teachers. So where we can bring in our expertise is 30 years of experience in dealing with patients, in applications of this concept. That no, AI can only suggest that this. Some 200 suggestions can come if you ask ChatGPT how to apply that. But the higher order thinking skills will still remain as domain of teachers. So we really don't have to worry so much about AI replacing us.
True. I think why will still remain with us. How and what can still go to AI, but the why will always remain with us. So with that, I think we hand over.
Thank you so much, sir, and thanks to our entire panel for sharing such valuable insights with all of us. Well, today's conversations have made it clear that the future of medical education is not about replacing the educators. It is about empowering them with smarter tools, richer insights, and deeper connections with their students. Well, thank you so much once again, and to proceed with felicitation ceremony, I would like to invite Dr. Bagga once again to help us through the felicitation. I request Dr. Suresh Kumar to kindly come forward. Professor Dr. Musharraf Hussain, sir, kindly come forward. Professor Dr. Anurag Mishra, sir, kindly come forward. Professor Dr. Sabita Mishra, ma'am, please come forward. Ms. Smriti Signa, ma'am, please come forward. I request Dr. Arpit Gupta to kindly come forward. And may I request Mr. Santosh Talagatti to kindly come forward. And I request the entire panel to kindly come forward once again for a group photograph.